Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. I hope you've all been having the best Mercury retrograde that you possibly can. I know some people thrive, but I'm pretty sure that's a minority. And even if you aren't interested in astrology, I just feel like this can be a very hectic time of year. But it's also spooky season, and I'm just so glad that you're here today for this reading. So allow me to explain what this is going to be about. I had an idea because all of my personal readings are just so brutally honest. I get just completely called out for everything immediately all the time. So I appreciate that, honestly. I was thinking about how some people are kind of afraid of tarot because they just assume that if they get a reading, it's going to be scary. And that makes me really sad, honestly. And yeah, I definitely think, I mean, I haven't seen any readers who like purposely try to scare people, but it's really important to give a holistic reading and remind people of free will and yeah, just not catastrophize everything. Like, it's just not ethical, and it's also probably not true. Like, I haven't done that many readings for people that ever really seemed that scary. But that was kind of a long tangent. What I wanted to say was I had this idea to do a pick a call out, pick a card reading. So I think if you're already here, then you're already very cool and brave, and I appreciate your curiosity in checking this out. And yes, while I don't know what's going to come through, I would like to assure you that I intend to do a very holistic reading, and I can explain the structure of that now. We're going to do oracle cards first to see what the vibe is, what you're being called out for, and then in that part you can see if that's resonating with you. Maybe it's resonating a little too much and you don't want it, but you can make that assessment. And then I will be moving on to tarot cards to get some advice for how to cope with this, how to deal with this, how to turn things around. So that'll be great. And then I'm so excited for the final part of this video. I don't know if I should leave it as a surprise or not. I'll tease it to get y'all as excited as I am. So this is new for me. What I have here is a wonderful box of crystal tumbles. I have too many crystals, but anyway, I thought that it would be really fun to do a quick poll at the end. So my thought is that, you know, people do charms and letters, things like that at the end of readings, and I have this wonderful box here, and I'm gonna pull some crystals. We're gonna see what the vibe is. I just thought this would be like fun to try as an experiment, and yeah, based on what crystals come out, that will also be part of the advice for you. It doesn't mean that you need to buy that crystal per se, but each one has its own energy and strengths, and so it can often speak to what you're lacking in or how you're being challenged. So I'm really curious and excited to see what goes down in that part as well. So if that all sounds good to you, then please go ahead. Let's get into the actual picking a card part of this. Unfortunately, the crystals here seem pretty washed out. I'm gonna try to color correct as much as I can. This is what I get for trying to film during the day. Like, I don't know. I mostly do tarot at night, and I'm trying to push myself to do it during the day because everything looks very beautiful. But I am just still learning how to figure out lighting and stuff, so I'm sorry. I don't even know if you can tell that there are crystals here. This one's darker, but I'll go through them now. So you can choose which pile you want based off of if it's like glowing, if there's an aura, if you get a random intuition, or I'm going to show you these crystals. So for the first group, I have this little teeny tiny moss agate. For the second group, I have this pre-night tumble. I'm like trying to get it to show. There we go. So it's a very light green, greenish yellow. The third group is this rose quartz pellet. I think this one is coming across more clearly. Yes, it's a very gemmy rose quartz. And the last group, group 4, is this clear quartz, square-like tumble. So, if you need some more time to decide, please feel free to pause and think about it. And if you know which pile you want already, then I will see you there. This video will be divided into chapters, and all of the timestamps are going to be in the description as well. You should be able to find your group one way or another. So if you chose groups 2 through 4, I'll see you in just a moment. And if you're in group 1, stay right here. We're gonna go into your group right now. Hello group 1, welcome to your reading. I actually debated pulling all of the oracles. Oh my god, imagine if I just took those 3. I mean, let me see. That is pretty interesting. See, here I was about to go like, oh, look at me being authentic, and like I feel like that looked so fake, but like they did legitimately just fall out. I don't know, I feel like I should go with it, but yeah, let's just keep rolling and see. So anyway, what I was trying to say was that I considered pulling all of the oracles in advance in the interest of time, but I decided, no, you know what? I will pull them live because, you know, like, I'll just do it live. But that was just really funny that those cards sort of fell out right away. I felt called to take them because I was intending to choose 3, and 3 came out, and they rain, storm, geyser. That's like pretty cool together, pretty explosive, lots of water energy. So I hardly even got to like do an introduction to the reading, but welcome to your call out. It has already begun. Hello. So far, what I'm getting is that there is something that you're holding in that you probably need to tell someone else, or a big emotion that you really need to express to get your needs met. And it's not good for you to not be letting it out. It really needs to come out so you can start a new cycle and live a healthier life, have a healthier relationship with whoever it is, if there's another person involved. Or maybe you need to be more honest with yourself. But what I'm definitely getting is that, you know, there's this release here, and something really needs to be released. You got to let go. You got to let it come forth. That was so fast, but let's just move on then. The next deck I'm going to pull from, so okay, that was the Phenomena Oracle deck by Jessica Bott. I really want to make a point of like calling out all of the decks that I use, because I think that's important to both credit artists and not gatekeep or anything. I also always put the decks in the description, but it's good to say it at the same time. So I'm trying to make a point of that. This is the Halloween Oracle. I thought it would be perfect because it is spooky season. Y'all having a good spooky season so far? I feel like the retrograde has really been messing it up. Oh shit. Oh no. Okay, so don't freak out, group one. I got death as a card. But see, like, there it is. The eternal cycle begins here. I think you're afraid to open up about whatever's going on because you know that it could have really big consequences and that things might change. Oh my gosh, do I have to take 2 now? I was like, I want to make sure that I stick to the structure that I planned for all of these, but now I have 2 coming out. Let's see who it is. The underworld, where all things pause and begin again. And the lamp, remembrance. So yeah, I guess you got a bonus card. Yeah, I'm really getting, yeah, for some of you, it's like, it's not with another person, it's that you're not being honest with yourself. Yeah, there's something eating at you, something lingering in the back of your mind that you really don't want to address. Maybe something in your subconscious, but like, it is going to come forth one way or another. So you probably would be much better off just going for it, but it's interesting. There are a lot of skulls in this deck, but you got cards that also have skulls in them, but aren't any of the literal skull cards. Yeah, it almost seems, so here I was saying that nothing scary would happen, but it seems like something is haunting you. Something important, because it's clearly big. So it's either going to, yeah, it's like painful to get your needs met by being honest about this or something like that. I'm not sure. I guess let's pull more cards, huh? So this is the Inner Child Oracle deck by Amanda Lynn Hales, and it's absolutely incredible. And I thought it would be good to sort of contrast the Halloween Oracle in case it did get a bit heavy. Not that these aren't heavy, but it's just another side of sort of what's happening with you and what you're avoiding. Oh my goodness, that's too many. Let's try that again. Yeah, it's just another piece of what's going on. These 2? Perhaps so. Okay. So, interesting. We got You Are Worthy and Write a Letter. Yeah, I always read these cards when I use them in readings because I feel like they have so many words on them. They just need to be read. So, you are worthy. You are worthy. It is now time to practice speaking the words you have always longed to hear to yourself. Find a mirror and get comfortable. Look deep into your eyes and proceed to give yourself what you wish others had given you, particularly as a child. It may feel awkward, but stick with it, as there is much healing in this practice. See, this is really about like expression, it seems, because then you have Write a Letter. Let's see this one. There we go. For Write a Letter, we have writing down our thoughts and emotions can help us become more aware of them, as many things reside within us that we might not know until we give them space to come forth. What was I saying? Now is the time to write a letter either to your inner child or as your inner child. Have patience with this process, giving yourself plenty of time in which to do it. So it's funny because I wondered if advice would also come out during the call out part. Like, I was thinking the tarot would be, but like I should have known, like the Inner Child Oracle is like more on the advice than the call out side of things. So it's already giving you some gems here about how you can deal with this. So yeah, I think this really just speaks to the sort of 2 camps that I've been describing. One being if you need to be honest with yourself about something, a really good way to do that might be exploring in, you know, the safety of your bedroom, or just finding a place and time when you're comfortable, when you have plenty of time to do this and feel whatever emotions come up, that's really important. And that can be a great way to explore and maybe address some things that scare you or you're struggling with. So I really love that, honestly. And same with you are worthy. I feel like that almost speaks to, I mean, both apply to both, but that makes me think of the other side of things. Like if there's someone you're nervous about standing up to right now, just remind yourself, like, you deserve to have boundaries. I think we're so taught to like not behave and relate in healthy ways. You deserve to have healthy boundaries. You deserve to be able to express yourself freely. You deserve that in any kind of relationship. Obviously, it's going to look different every time, but don't forget that you are allowed to take up some space. And yeah, if your needs aren't getting met, it's up to you to express that, you know? Obviously, do this in a safe way. If you're worried about a situation becoming unsafe, then it's a lot more complicated than that at that point. But if you're just nervous to talk to someone who like probably already loves you a lot, group one, and like will be okay with this ultimately at the end of the day, then yeah, the cards are like, please talk to them. You can hype yourself up first. Just remember so you can talk in a mirror and remind yourself you're worthy, and that will make it easier, hopefully. But we still have cards to pull, so let's move on to the Threads of Fate Oracle deck. The company is also called Threads of Fate, so yeah, so beautiful. It's cool to use this like at sunset right now too. These cards are just like absolutely gorgeous, and I usually use them late at night for myself, so it's like nice to see them during the daylight, although this is like sunset. Let's see. Oh my, get wild. Wow. I might shift them around a bit for fun. But let's pull some more before we talk about these. I think it might feel really wild to you, group one, to express yourself and set boundaries. Like that might just be like so foreign, or it might feel so much more aggressive than it really is. If you're not used to being assertive, then like any amount of you asserting yourself is gonna feel like you're being over aggressive, when really you deserve to be able to hit a balance with that. Okay, that came out very loudly. Love. Oh, yeah. It's interesting, in this deck there's both a self-love and a love card, which is cool. So, I mean, there I'm already getting like just a reminder again, this person loves you, or if you're dealing with yourself, might as well be the self-love card. But maybe you need to think more big picture, like this is sort of a love of the collective, of the world, of the universe, and you are part of that. Maybe that will help you feel more worthy. But otherwise, it's like this person is ready to embrace you, you know what I mean? Like this doesn't have to be so scary. Even though it feels really scary, like that is so valid, it feels really scary. But chances are this person is going to talk to you. Even if it's a difficult conversation, they're going to work with you because they care about you. Anyway, got the last card, it's Transmute. Which, I mean, that is a lot what we're talking about here. I think there is a really great opportunity to level up group one. You can transmute this fear that you're feeling, this like pent up energy, and like this knowing that something needs to be cleansed and shifted and like, I'm forgetting the word I'm looking for, but like permanently changed. I think for a lot of you this is a big conversation and things will not be the same. afterwards, but it's really not good to resist the end and the beginning of new cycles, I think. Like, there's a transition time where things can be stretched out and stuff, and you do live in sort of that liminal space, that gray area for a while, but at a certain point, it's just going to get more and more uncomfortable. You don't want to stagnate. So yeah, it really does seem like you're in that time right now where all things pause and then begin again. But like, you can't stay in the underworld forever, group one. You'll get stuck and then you won't be able to leave. Yeah, I guess I should have known these readings would get like scary because they are call outs, but this doesn't have to be scary. It's just honest. And this message is coming through really, really clearly. With transmute here, yeah, let's talk more about these. With transmute, it is, as I was saying, like transmuting your fear into self-growth. Like, this is a chance for you to improve your communication skills, to improve your self-esteem when you do pull this off, because I know you will. Group one, I know you will. But yeah, it's tough. It's like, and then like, it might not feel good right away after you do it too, because you have to deal with like the aftermath. But this is asking you to look at like big picture. In the long term, this is essential for you. It needs to happen. Okay, I was reading the keyword on here instead of the actual word. I was saying remembrance, but this is the lamp. And so I feel like that provides even more insight. It's like, this is an opportunity to come home to yourself and also to face your fears, because there's so much growth in embracing what scares you and dealing with it. Like, think about how powerful you will feel. Imagine being a geyser. Like, it's so much energy and you have that within you, and there is space to hold both wildness and consideration for others and love at the same time. It is possible. And then you transmute it to something that's like greater than the sum of its parts, which is living a more balanced and aligned life. You know, something needs to be released. But we're still not even done with the oracle cards. We still have one more deck to go through. This is the Uncertain Oracle deck by Numinous Spirit Press. Very cool one. My first and only circle deck so far. And, ooh, wow, hello, welcome. Belonging, yes. And like, that was gonna go right here, but you are worthy. It's so true. You belong. You belong to the collective of humanity. You belong to this universe. Oop. Okay, there we go. That's variable. I think. I mean, you know, there is so much uncertainty. You can't predict how somebody is going to react. Oh my gosh, are we getting an extra card again? I guess that kind of checks out since this side already had an extra card. That's kind of funny. Ooh, pathways. All right. I don't know where I'm gonna put these, but serendipity. Look how all these colors go together. Okay. Clearly you should be there. Visitation. Let's see. That works. It's giving me like someone tapping at the window energy. So what's cool about this deck is that there's absolutely no guidebook with it. It is 100% based on your own associations. And I feel like the images are so strong that it opens you up to have really interesting ideas just looking at these. So it's kind of like, this works so well with like threads of fate. That's what certain cards in this deck talk about, and how you can weave and snip at the threads of your own fate. But it's like you're seeing every pathway unfolding before you, like every possible response that this person can have, and like ways that things can go wrong or right. You're definitely feeling the uncertainty here. And what the serendipity card is giving me is that if you're really struggling, maybe just prepare, write a letter, prepare what you want to say in advance, and then like force yourself to do it at like a random time. If the idea of like planning it in advance is really scary to you, and you're nervous about even approaching someone to like make an appointment to talk to them or something like that, then maybe you can do it at a random time. But what I'm also getting from serendipity is that, I guess it's like more of a negative. This really just flows so beautifully, but okay, I'm gonna stop getting distracted. What I'm also getting is that if you don't address this, like it is going to come up at a time that you do not want. Like it'll be random, but it'll be like very inconvenient, or it'll lead to things going worse than they could if you addressed it sooner. It also could speak to things just coming up and going way better than you thought. That's also possible, but I'm definitely getting like a continuation of sort of the stagnation theme. And like, look at this river, you know, like river of fate, river of change, of time and space moving forward. It kind of just continues on with the water theme where you're really resisting here. But like this could be you. You could be living life more authentically and such. Yeah, I think with the belonging and visitation together, it's like your guides are maybe trying to remind you that like people love you. Like even if this is like a boss at work who like almost certainly does not love you and is scarier than maybe like friends or family. Not that those can't be scary either, but there are people who support you more than you think, especially if this is something that you're struggling with, like opening up to yourself about, like sexuality or gender, or I don't know, coming to terms with like any secret that you have or something like that. You can find people to open up to, because there are people who will like this love is like, it's like people are ready to embrace you, you know, like people are ready to hold your truth with you because they love you. Like it's easy to forget sometimes, I think, like how many people love us, and like even if we're not close with them at the moment, that like they are there should you need anything, you know. So don't forget that, group one. It's very important. And the sun is going down, so once again I'm going to have a lighting change in this video, but that's okay. Yeah, I guess in that case we can probably just move on to the tarot part of this reading. I think by now you probably have a pretty clear idea of if this is your group or not. If it's not vibing with you, if you don't have anything you're holding back about, maybe check out a different group in this reading. Otherwise, there might not be a message for you in this video, which is totally fine. And I thank you for being curious anyway, and certainly recommend any of my other videos. Yeah, I have recent ones about boundaries and shadow work, so you might be interested in those as well. I can put those in the cards and in the description. But yes, let's move on. Let's move on to the tarot part, and also a lighting change. Sorry. Okay, lighting change complete. I have the Gentle Tarot by Mary in the Sky here, because I thought, you know, we could use some, I don't know. I mean, it really is. It's gentle, but honestly also fierce as a deck. I don't know. It's just so incredible. But I thought to help people feel held, it could be good. I keep seeing, like, just right now as I'm shuffling, the sun. So, I mean, that could be good if you've been feeling more stormy and you're needing to channel some fire energy. I don't really have a plan for this section. I'm just going to see what tarot cards want to come out, and then we'll talk about what it means as advice. I'm going to use 2 different decks for that, so not just this one. I don't know. I mean, these 6 just like popped out so loudly, if you could hear. Let's see what they are. Oh my. Let's see what the bottom of the deck energy is. Justice. I don't know. I feel like I'm just gonna go with that. Like, these 6 fell out and they're, I don't know. I want to look into them. And I also have your bottom of the deck energy, which is justice, which I thought is really cool. So yeah, let me explain these cards, because there also is a bonus card in this deck, the unseen, and that came out, which is really cool. It's like beyond the world. After the world comes the unseen. It's a bonus major card at the end of the Fool's Journey, which is very cool. So I know people don't usually want to see the devil in readings, but honestly, when I started flipping these and I saw that, that's why I was like, oh, well, clearly I made the right choice taking these, because I mean, I'm really feeling this sense of like being trapped, and that's what the devil is all about. However, most of this trapped feeling is like you refusing to release your own chains. It's almost like 8 of Swords energy. But yeah, with the devil in reverse, it really just does suggest that you have more power in this situation than you're giving yourself credit for, because usually when we're reluctant to do something, we try to tell ourselves reasons why we shouldn't or don't have to do it, or the other person should deal with it, or we can just put it off. But you know what you need to do, and you know that you can do it even if it's hard. So it's like, let go of that chain, you know? Maybe you're not even the one who's chained. You're the one like pulling along this baggage that you don't have to carry anymore. You can live differently now, more authentically, more honestly. You don't have to fall into the same old patterns. You can choose new ways to be. And I think the 2 of Wands speaks to that uncertainty. You want to chart a new course. Like, I can tell, like, the desire is there, but you need a little bit more push to do it. Maybe this reading will help. Maybe things will start to move before you're ready, like in what we saw in the oracles with serendipity. But it would behoove you to work on your emotions. And this is the Page of Cups, by the way. It's called Root in this deck, but it's Page. This is bringing me back to the inner child work that was suggested by the Inner Child Oracle. How, you know, maybe you would have an easier time expressing yourself if you practiced beforehand, either in the mirror or, you know, people write letters for all kinds of reasons. Like, I mean, sometimes they actually send them, which is very cool. I think snail mail is cool. Or they hand them to someone, but there are plenty of times where they just burn them or throw them out, or they never see the light of day. They don't give them to anyone. But then there are other times where people use that as a script to actually have a real conversation with someone. And it can be so helpful to just like pour that out. Honestly, every time I've ever done that before, personally, I have, yeah, never regretted it. I've always been glad that I did that, because it helps you get out some of the more extraneous emotions. It's kind of like your, I don't know, like there's murky waters, you're like kicking up some mud and stuff on in your attempts to move through this, and you're nervous about going astray, but it's okay. It is okay because you will figure it out. And you know how I know? This goes back to you being held and the idea that even if the person who you need to confront doesn't love you, if they're not close to you, if this is really serious conflict or anything like that, you still have a support network. You do. You have a team of people who want to be there for you and help build you back up, be your rock, be your foundation, and yeah, help you build a stronger base for yourself as well. But you don't have to feel alone in this situation. Honestly, that could be further advice for expressing yourself. Try having the conversation with a friend first, someone who you've maybe been venting to about this situation, but not doing anything about it. I'm sure they would love to help you truly move on, move through it. And so that could be a really great way to get ready. Like, what are friends for, you know? That would be perfect. You can just sort of role play with them and also talk it through. And, you know, you were looking at those different pathways we saw in the oracle section, just so concerned about all of the different ways that it could go. But I'm sure the people who love you, friends, family, whatever, are, yeah, ready to help you like close some of those down, because there's no way, like some of them are just so unlikely, you know what I mean? It can just be easier to jump, like take the leap and move forward when you've managed to eliminate and stop worrying about a bunch of different things that are extremely unlikely and don't need to matter as much as they are. Like, maybe I'm projecting at this point, but I mean, I'm sensing a lot of anxiety if you're struggling to express yourself this much. Whether you regularly have anxiety or if this is just like such a big deal that you're putting it off, yeah, there really just is so much opportunity for growth. Like, once you get through this, you're going to remember that you got through this and you figured it out and you did the hard thing and you were okay afterwards. And like, that is an amazing feeling. And I hope that when you do get through this, you really celebrate that and don't let it go, because it's also really easy to forget your victories and like how big of a deal something like that is. But like, that is a big deal. So don't forget that either. I think it's so cool to get the bonus card in your reading. And I mean, I guess if one card could sum up most of this, it might be this one, honestly, because we fear the unseen, we fear the unknown, you know? Like, you can look at all the pathways in front of you, but ultimately at the end of the day, like, you are heading into the void, you're passing through a portal, and things will not be the same afterwards. They won't. But it can be really empowering to move through uncertainty. You can learn so much about yourself and become a lot stronger, because when you move through that obscurity, it's really, I don't know, I'm just getting this image of like this fish or eel like moving through like mud and murky water as it gets like kicked up. I don't know why I'm getting that visual, but yeah, I just feel like you have to go through this here. I'm gonna check the guidebook for the unseen. This can also be a sign to tap in to spirituality if that's your thing. You can get advice from guides or ancestors, or just commune with source, with the universe, with nature. Talk it out with a tree if you don't have a friend you feel like you can open up to. But that's something I really love about this deck, is that, and I think I'm honestly gonna make a video about this soon, but it really embraces darkness and uncertainty as limitless potential, and in fact like space for creativity. Like, we fear that anything bad could happen in the dark, you know? But in reality, like anything good can happen as well. And there are all kinds of reasons to sort of change your mindset there and like the language that we use. So yeah, that's just why I find this deck really inspiring, but I'll stop gushing about it now. I mean, I just love this Six of Cups for you as well, because it's really giving me like happy ending, and it's also giving me inner child growth and healing. Like truly you will make it, and you will be like at the end of the rainbow, and you will be celebrating. Like this is what, yeah, like that's what I was saying. You really need to celebrate once you get through this. And maybe that's like part of what will help you, like knowing that you have something to look forward to. You can fixate so much on the terribleness of how it's going to be as an experience and what the fallout will be, but maybe focus more on the benefits. Like there's a reason why you need to express yourself, right? Like there's a reason this is an issue, and it's important. And when you realize that dream or that need or want, it will feel good. Underneath all the hurt, there's opportunity to feel good. And yeah, the Six of Cups just also always gives like nostalgia, childhood, friends, soulmates. It just brings me back to like, there is someone who will move through this experience with you. There is someone who wants to support you, who loves you, who is like more receptive to your truth than you might realize if they're not in the know about what's going on. Yeah, there's someone you're avoiding potentially, who like, you know that they, like, you know realistically that they love you and that they will support you, but you're scared for whatever reason or don't want to bother them. But this is almost like with these, both of these here, it's giving me the idea like there's someone who is like almost meant to help you move through this process. Like if you're really having such a hard time, like we were saying about practicing with someone before you have the real conversation, or just support in general. And even if you feel like there isn't, that someone can be your own inner child. Like that playful energy is always there in others and within you. You know, like sometimes it can help to just be like, okay, we are stardust. We are bundles of atoms. We're souls having a human experience, right? Like who knows how much time we have, but it doesn't always have to be that serious. I don't know. Channeling the playfulness and the curiosity of the inner child can be so powerful. But yeah, to just touch on justice as the bottom of the deck energy, it's once again giving me two people, you know, someone who can help you with this. And also, if this is something more official, like something at work or a legal matter, you will be supported and protected in that as well. And like what needs to happen will happen. It's funny that the justice card has come out too, because my last video is about justice. So if you want to check that out, I will also put that in the cards in the description. It's a whole in-depth analysis. But as I said, this is giving me teamwork. This is giving me balance and protection. And like, I trust group one that like you are in the right in this situation. Maybe the outcome won't be exactly what you want, but like ultimately, or at minimum, people will get their needs met, even if there's some sort of compromise or it's not completely satisfying. You have to remember what the ultimate you have to remember what the instigating factor was, which was the fact that like you needed to get this information out there, and that happened. Regardless of what happens afterwards, that stuff is important. Like you've certainly considered the consequences enough. If you're like still wondering about this, you know what I mean? Like trust your own judgment here. You know what's right. But I'm going to pull Steven Universe Tarot cards. This is the Future Vision Gem Tarot. Yes, I always forget the actual title. And I wasn't sure if I should include this or not. And it was so funny. I was like in front of all of my decks, like I was literally holding this deck, considering it. And the thing I was listening to in that exact moment, someone said the name Steven, and I was like, oh, okay, like clearly I'm meant to use this then. Got it, understood. I will do that. So this is just going to be clarifiers, further advice. A very dear friend of mine gave me this deck and also gave it to me with a pack of incense, and the cards smell good. Like, I think they're just going to smell good forever now. Let's take a look at these. Got a lot of reversals. We have reverse, 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 upright. So all of this resistance that you've been feeling. And then what is the last card? It's the Six of Swords upright, which is all about moving on. And I don't know if you watch Steven Universe, but it is just so important. Such a big part of my life for such a long time. Like, I don't know, it just means a lot to me. But this scene in particular here is like, I mean, there's just so much portrayal and discussion of trauma in this show, but here this is someone just having a big reckoning and really being confronted with what they were trying to avoid. And it's kind of reminding me of what I was talking about before, where it's like if you put something off for too long, it will creep up on you and just happen, and you might be more upset at it happening at some random time that you weren't prepared than if you had just gone for it before that. So it's something to consider. But I think it's really beautiful that that's the last card. I want to see what the bottom of the deck energy is. It's King of Cups reversed. It's almost like this could be you. This could be you. This character is very, very cool. Oh my god, I was thinking about the tower. I almost said that before. Like, it was like a mini tower moment for this person. But it's almost like you choose, like, you are resisting here. You could be King of Cups, absolute bad bee, and very expressive when it counts. Or you can have stuff come crumbling down whether you're ready or not, and you can be so much more prepared for this moment if you're dealing with this. It's interesting that the tower that they chose for this deck has some water element involvement in the show specifically. And then like we're balancing that here with like King of Cups, water emotions. You could be hit with this like tidal wave or like be drowning in what's going on, or you could own it and you could be like having mastery over the water element and your feelings and other people's feelings in the way that you relate to them. You know, you can be handling people with grace. That's what I think of when I think of like King of Cups. Let's talk about these though, because I pretty much just like I went right past them because I was so excited about the Six of Swords, because that's like just such a positive ending, I think. Even, I mean, I know it's like a sad moment, especially if you watch the show and you're like thinking about everything portrayed in these cards. It's difficult, but it's also a huge hurdle psychologically, physiologically, emotionally, spiritually. It's this huge thing to get past. And yeah, Six of Swords. I love that there's water in this card as well, because that's typically portrayed in Six of Swords as well, because while it is this mental thing, it also obviously comes with a ton of emotions. So that's just more on this water theme, which has pretty much been a theme throughout your entire reading. I had such a flurry of ideas there, so let's just dial it back a bit. It's also interesting to see what matches up as well. Wait a minute. Okay, well, this is an extra major, but these were majors that lined up, which is cool. And you have 2 sixes here and 2 wands here. Something to know about the Lovers, which is another 6 right here, is that they are portrayed in the original Devil card in the Rider-Waite, Smith-Waite system. They are the ones who are chained to the Devil's chains because they are out of alignment and out of balance in that particular scenario. But it's really interesting to have the Lovers and the Devil together because there is that association there. And yeah, we talked about love, we talked about this other person, you know, the person, I didn't mention partners this whole time, but the person supporting you could be your partner. It also, the person you need to talk to and are in conflict with could be your partner as well. So that is a consideration. Maybe this is like a huge hurdle in your relationship. Yeah, like there's a reason the Lovers are coming out in reverse. It's either your relationship is struggling due to this secret that you're keeping in that you really need to open up to your partner about, or this is you denying the love of your support system, of the people who love you. And furthermore, sorry, I'm just so excited now. I don't know, just like, it's like I see the ending, I see the light at the end of the tunnel, there's a rainbow, and there's moving on. And I'm like excited for you all because I know you're gonna make it through this. But anyway, the other thing about the Lovers is that it's about choice, and like I was saying, the Devil is the other side of the coin. The Lovers it's about living your truth, living in alignment with what your values are. And so if you're not lining those up, that can really have devastating effects on like your self-esteem, on like other things in your life. You can snowball. Spiritually, it's just not a good look. So with the Lovers in reverse, I feel like the thing that you're keeping in could also really be like eating at you spiritually or ethically. You're going against your nature or what you know is right because you're scared, but it's like eating you inside. If we think back to that skull that was eating the pomegranate, like it's going to haunt you until you get right. So I'm definitely sensing, but like the power is yours, right? You can turn things around, you can get back into alignment. But it is certainly interesting that the majority of the cards here are in reverse because you are being really resistant. I'm sorry, group 1, I had to say it. You're resisting. That's been the theme, and that's like very clear here. But to speak on the other cards, 7 of Wands in reverse shows that you're feeling attacked, maybe more threatened than you actually need to feel in this situation, but it definitely shows like how defensive you're being. And also at a certain point, like being defensive switches into being passive aggressive. Like just think about the consequences if you don't open up. Like you're gonna get resentful, you're going to like hint at it in other ways, or like just be destructive, maybe not towards the person, but like towards yourself or towards someone else. And we don't want that, group 1, we don't. So can you regulate your nervous system a little bit more? Can you meditate on this, practice talking about it, writing about it? Can you feel more grounded when you approach this situation so that you're not coming in like hackles raised already? That's what the 7 of Wands is about. And I think with this like reverse side, it's sort of showing how that's not necessary here. It might not be as much as you think it is. We also have the Star reversed, which makes me think that you are denying yourself hope in this situation. Like I said, like you know what's right, and you know deep down that you can do it. I know that you know that. I put this crystal in this reading because it's kind of like pointing at you. We know. Group 1, looking at you. Can I line this up right? Yes. You know. You know it's right. You know it's right in this situation. And you know that you can do it. I know that you know that. And I know that. And your guides know that. And the people who love you know that. So you just need to own it. But yeah, the star is like such a beautiful card, such a beautiful energy. And to have it in reverse is honestly just sad. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, you know, this reading is like meant to be a call out and like no frills, no BS. But like I do feel for you, group one, and like I'm sorry if I haven't validated your feelings enough during this, because I know it's so hard depending on the seriousness as well. It can be so hard. But as someone who has summoned that courage before, I promise you it is worth it. I promise you it will be okay in the long run. There's just almost no way that the consequences can be like as severe and long lasting as they feel in your mind. It obviously is going to be different for everyone, but you can do this. Ace of Cups, honestly, like, again, this could go way better than you're thinking. Like, you could start a relationship, you could rekindle a relationship, you could get promoted at work. You know, Ace of Cups is also beautiful, and it's like you're denying that beginning. And going back to the cycles, I guess, too. Like, aces are beginnings, but this is in reverse because you're not through this phase yet. You're in this liminal space, and that's inherently very uncomfortable. And like, how long do you want to live in that space? You know what I mean? Like, you have to move forward eventually. Otherwise, you'll get stuck, and that's just a scary place to be. I absolutely adore that the Empress came out with the unseen, because it's honestly like exactly the energy I was trying to talk about when I was talking about that. Like, the Empress is just endless fertility, for lack of a better word, like ability to create and birth anything. Like, as I'm saying that, I'm like thinking of the Magician for some reason, but like the Empress is birthing those things, whereas I feel like the Magician is like channeling and manifesting, where the Empress is just like, I can do all of this myself, like right now. I don't need any tools. I don't need to like wait. I can just do it. Or maybe there's waiting. But anyway, the Empress is so beautiful, and the unseen can be a womb. It can be, let's use better language, but it can literally be a void. Like, a void doesn't have to be like the scary thing that we sort of associate it as. Like, I feel like that's like a neutral to negative word connotation wise, you know? And it doesn't have to be. That's the thing, it could be as infinite and limitless as the Magician. I feel like, I don't know why I'm judging myself for like drawing a connection there. Like, the connection is there. So you have so much, like, the Empress is so powerful. You have so much power, group one. You can do so much, and you're not acknowledging that part of you, that you really are so much stronger than you give yourself credit for. Like, I know this is cheesy, but like, you can create the life that you want. You just have to do these hard things, and like, it gets easier every time as well. Like, just as I was saying, like, focus on the good parts. Like, will the consequences be heavy? Probably, maybe. I can't tell you that, only you can, and like, doing the thing ultimately will tell you for sure exactly what will happen. But you are so limitless. You can be so abundant regardless of what happens. And even if it's horrible, you can celebrate the fact that you have that experience now, and whatever you go through in the future that reminds you of this time in your life, like, you will be able to draw on the experience that you have. from dealing with this, and it will be easier. And also you can help anyone you know who opens up to you about a situation like this as well. So I don't know, I need water, which I guess that also fits in. You just have to let it flow, group one. Before you turn into a geyser, ideally. Like, let it flow like a river. Don't let it get all pent up. But I think it's time for crystals. So yeah, I've heard people say before, like, headphones warning. I think if you're wearing headphones, this probably is going to be a little bit loud. So this is your warning to turn the volume down. I mean, I'm gonna try to change it in post, but like, we'll see. So I'm just going to like, closing my eyes, moving my hand around, and I'm just grabbing a handful. Okay. What an interesting group. Okay. So, yeah. So 2 of these are crystals I have from my childhood, which is so funny. This is like agate that I'm not entirely sure like what it is. I think it's been dyed. And this is obviously like very artificial crackle quartz, but I don't know, this is giving me solar plexus chakra energy. There's some rainbows in here, and I believe crackle quartz is good for like asserting yourself and claiming your power. But yeah, I think you could benefit from like pretty much all the lower chakras. It's interesting, the color scheme, like doing a meditation, doing crystal healing for that area, and also obviously the throat chakra as well for opening up. But it's interesting, the colors that we have, like this, it's also sort of in that zone. Like these are sacral chakra stones here. We have a clear quartz, so maybe you want some clear quartz. I don't know. I feel like it is a rather neutral one, but if anything, that's just like, I don't know. I guess what it's giving me, honestly, is like, this doesn't have to be as complicated as you're making it out to be. Like, it actually might be a lot more transparent and straightforward than you're giving it or yourself credit for. We also have this amethyst tumble. I don't think any of these are in focus. I'm so sorry. Which is pretty square-like. Don't know why. I think this was a freebie. But amethyst is great for psychic intuition, also like calming down and having better dreams and sleep. So if this has been giving you nightmares and terrible anxiety or insomnia, maybe try some amethyst. You could also try lavender essential oils, or just meditating before bed, writing in your journal before bed, like turning screens off, working with tarot cards. Personally, like, I love doing tarot right before bed. I don't know, that might be weird for that, but yeah. And like I said before, if you do want to try to get some spiritual downloads to make it through the situation, amethyst is a great ally for that. Yeah, I'm like not drinking enough water during this, and my throat is getting all messed up from talking so much, and I don't know, it's just making me think of like you all getting choked up in this situation and like not wanting to express yourselves. But in that vein, the amber here, I associate amber, like some of this is like my own, I don't know, I feel like crystals, like some of them are super universal, and then some of them it's like you use your intuition and like your connection to the stone. This isn't even a stone, it's amber. But anyway, this is amber, and it is the stuck feeling that you are feeling. And it's what I mean about taking too long. Like, getting stuck in the underworld, like we were talking about before, like you can't be here. Like it's just so, it's too much tension, and like it'll start to affect other parts of your life if you prolong being in this phase for too long. Like you have to express yourself. Goldstone or copper is like so gorgeous. It's like a nice reminder that you are fabulous. You've got this. I'm gonna look up goldstone right now. I feel like I haven't really thought about it for a while. Yeah, okay. Yes, stone of ambition. It helps you in attaining goals. So this is just further calling you out. Like you have to do it. You have to, group one, and you can, and you will. So yeah, carnelian I was saving for last because, oh, how we love carnelian. This is like my other carnelian. It's so amazing and really helps me with channeling fiery masculine energy. But yeah, carnelian is like just slapping you in the face, like, come on, you can do this. If you really feel like you can't do this, you can do some sacral chakra work, but you have to take initiative here. You can even like fake it till you make it type of thing, but you can also do all this preparation that we've been talking about. So yeah, carnelian is really like, this actually did tell quite a story, because I don't know, if you don't know much about carnelian then you might be really confused, but I just associate it with like so much power and drive, and yeah, like you've got this. Like what is there even left to say at this point? Group one, right? So I hope this reading was helpful, enjoyable, fun, triggering, not sure, but thank you for being here. I really hope you get through this situation soon with absolute minimum negative consequences. If this indeed resonated, or if you're watching for someone you know, maybe you're the friend helping someone, I'm not sure, but I wish you all the best. Thank you so much for spending this time with me. If you enjoyed this video, please feel free to like and subscribe if you would like to do that. I would love to hear in the comments as well how this resonated. And yeah, my other videos will be linked if you're interested in watching more of those. But otherwise, please take care, be safe, and I hope to see you in another video soon. Bye! Hello, group 2. Welcome to your reading. You're in for a treat because you may have noticed the lighting changed. As per usual, it got dark outside. Maybe I'll get it together sometime and start actually early, but like, can you blame me? It is like, lighting at night is nice too, and I literally just happened to have this candle here the whole time, and like now that it's darker, the carnelian is glowing, and then I have this light that is behind my lavender fluorite and it's making it glow. It's amazing. Shout out to this adorable kitten. It's the only thing I've ever bought from an Instagram ad. Fun fact. And I have zero regrets. But it's so cool how translucent this lavender fluorite is. Anyway, I'm gonna stop gushing about the lighting now. I hope you enjoy. I think it's cool, but let's just get into your reading. I chose prehnite as one of the stones because it was always kind of presented to me as like a stone for healing trauma and stuff. So I thought it could be good for a call out reading, potentially, to like, I don't know, just help us through it. But yes, as I said, we're gonna do oracle cards first to see if this is the right reading for you. And then we will go in and look at tarot cards for advice for your situation. And then finish up with crystals. I'm so excited for that part. Let's see what comes out. So the first deck I'm using is the Phenomena Oracle deck by Jessica Bott. It's all about natural phenomena. It's really cool, you'll see. Ooh, there's 2 of 3. So, ooh, okay. A lot of energy. I was kind of feeling like a firier and also earth energy before this, so that's interesting. We have fire and crystallize. They seem kind of different, so I feel like, let's see what the middle card does to clarify. I don't know what the third card does. Well, okay then. Who are you? Hurricane. Interesting. So that would be fire, water, air, and earth, I suppose. You have quite the mix here. Okay, so with these 2 more chaotic phenomena here and then this more static one there, I'm sort of getting, because these crystals look like swords, so I'm sort of getting this like forged in fire feeling where there is definitely like some sort of threat in your life, something that feels very uncontrollable or even dangerous that's stressing you out. And then I think you're worried about how this is going to change you. Like, is it going to permanently hurt you in some way? I said these readings wouldn't be scary, but like, I feel like they're all gonna be like a little bit like deeper and darker, just like full disclosure. But obviously going to be thorough and on a positive note, I hope. Yeah, I can't really tell what you need to be called out for yet. Let's see what more cards say, but it could be that you're using this distraction as an excuse to not pursue your goals. You could even be exaggerating how stressful it is as a way of procrastinating, or it could really be that intense and you are legitimately struggling, but maybe not being honest with yourself about it or others, or like communicating your needs. I'm not sure. We need to continue forward and like see, is this chaos external or internal? Is it an outside force or is it like inside of you? I'm not sure yet. So the next deck that we're going to be using is the Halloween Oracle, because it's that time of year. Yeah, I don't know. This deck is very, oh my. Well, that's 2 cards. That is what I wanted. Interesting. We have like red and fire here, and then the spider to me is a very strong earth element animal, so that like goes well with the crystallize. Interesting. So definitely anxiety here. My immediate thoughts are you're worried that you're having a negative influence on other people and that it's going to have permanent consequences. And like for some of you that's in your head, for some of you like you actually might be destructive and like out of control. Maybe you're struggling with your mental health right now. And then for others of you, you're not the chaotic one. There's someone in your community who's like wreaking havoc and making it really hard for you to live the life that you want to live, and you don't know what to do about it. Like, this is the uncertainty here, the future. This is pretty heavy so far, not gonna lie. But it's okay, we're gonna get to the bottom of it. So there might be something going on around Halloween time with the veil, or Samhain time at the end of this month, because that is the time when people say that the veil is the thinnest and that communication is open, and it's a powerful time for like manifesting and visualizing, and also just exploring other realms. So that might be potent for solving this situation, or it might be a message that like something is going to come to a head at that time. Maybe you'll get a revelation you need. And with Spider, it speaks to community dynamics, but it also speaks to how you show up in the world. So are you giving too much? Are you not giving enough? Are you being too aggressive towards other people, or are you not standing up for yourself enough? Are your boundaries too malleable? That might be a possibility. I think we're gonna need more cards to understand, but it does seem like this situation is going to be moving in the coming weeks with the veil. It just makes me think that you're gonna get some kind of answers. I don't know what they're gonna be, but things are gonna go down. Maybe even it's you communicating with guides or ancestors or spirits of some kind and getting advice that way. So the next deck that I'm bringing out is the Inner Child Oracle deck. It's by Amanda Lynn Hales, and it is incredible. I'm always raving about this one, like, I don't know. Ooh. Live intentionally. Live intentionally. Today, be mindful of your routines and rituals, ones that are purposeful and ones that are unconscious, creating space to practice discipline in these areas. At bedtime each night, plan one small action for the next day. It is also a good practice to pause throughout your day and ask yourself how you can live intentionally right now. So, sounds to me like more on the theme of sort of treading carefully in this situation. Like there's someone you're afraid of pissing off, I feel. Let it come forth. So being strategic about what you communicate, but you can't just like hide from everyone and everything and not express yourself. Let's see what it says. Let it come forth. Repressed emotions can subconsciously fuel many of our behaviors and interactions within the world, and so it is good to explore these when we can. Find a place that feels safe and begin by asking yourself if there is anything that needs to be spoken aloud and released. Observe what comes forth without judgment. Yes. So this is more on that theme of like how you're showing up. It does make me think that unfortunately, you might be behaving in ways that are not aligned with your values due to unhealed trauma, or maybe if you haven't tried therapy before and maybe someone in your life is encouraging you to do that. If you haven't tried therapy, I would highly recommend it. Not sponsored by BetterHelp or anything like that. Just my personal opinion is that I wish everyone would try it at some point and see if it's for them, but that's just me. Don't want to overstep here. But even if you don't see a therapist, just think about when it is that you are having emotional outbursts. Like that is where the live intentionally comes in, where it's like, are you oversharing with people? Is that putting people off? Are you not even realizing when certain things are coming out and it's like slowly alienating you because people feel overwhelmed by your lack of boundaries? Is that unintentionally like doing damage to your web, to your network, to your support system, maybe it would help to, yes, either schedule appointments with a therapist or specifically reach out to a friend and ask, hey, can like we talk about something on the heavier side someday soon at a specific time? Something like that. We're not supposed to get into advice yet, so I guess I'm getting ahead of myself, but I am starting to get a clear idea of the situation. And I mean, if it is someone else who is behaving destructively, then it seems like you do need to tread carefully and like be careful about who you open up to, because you don't want to open up to the wrong person who will then like, I don't know, potentially tell that person and like escalate the problem really unnecessarily. That would be really unfortunate, group 2. So if that's the case, do be strategic there. But we're going to get more information so that you are informed. The next deck that I'm using is the Threads of Fate Oracle. The company that it comes from is called Threads of Fate, and it's such a gorgeous deck. This is the Lumen edition. They make it in like a shadow and a rose gold edition, at least at the time I'm making this video. Okay, we have 2. Who is it? Nature. And boundaries, yes. That does seem to be a theme. So we're already getting the idea, like maybe you need to be immersing yourself in nature more, and that will help you regulate your nervous system and then like calm down or just be more strategic. Find some peace of mind to plan things better, or maybe just have breakthroughs about yourself, your state, your life, what you want to do differently. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I made a mess. Just need one more card. That's too many. Keep dropping them. Something I need to work on is getting better at shuffling. I'm certainly not the best at it. Some people are so good. Okay, we got Ask Body, which is interesting. This all so far is making me feel like you are out of touch with yourself. This is giving me major like psychological and spiritual upgrades energy. Like you may be approaching some large setback, unfortunately, that causes you to have a reckoning in your life and like make you realize that you need to get help, or you need more help than you thought, or there were just things that you weren't aware of. And I guess that brings us back to the veil, where the veil is going to be lifted and you're going to realize that you've been lacking some serious self-awareness, and that has probably been hurting people, unfortunately, group 2. And you know what? Better that you figure it out than not, you know? Like, if you at any point can gain self-awareness, that is a win. That is an improvement. Of course, we all wish it happened sooner, I'm sure, but it has happened when it has happened. Everything in its own time, you know? We have just some more cards for this, then we'll get into advice, which I feel like I've already started to spill into. But yes, this has definitely come together pretty clearly. I think you may feel triggered a lot. I'm definitely getting that you may be struggling more with your mental health than you realize, or struggling with things from your past or things in your subconscious that are driving your behavior. Like I'm saying with let it come forth. Yeah, It really is quite clear. I guess I didn't even discuss nature and boundaries, but I mean, I was talking about those before. I guess, like, again, getting into advice early, it really seems like meditating in nature or just going out for a hike or to a trip to a park and like taking some time, talking to a tree. We got our first card. This is the Uncertain Oracle by the Numinous Spirit Press. Doesn't come with a guidebook or anything. It's all just straight associations from the images, which are cool. We got Spirit, which is awesome. That really makes me think that, like, if you're not particularly spiritual, but not necessarily like super closed off from that, you may be on the verge of having some kind of spiritual awakening. Obviously, people can have multiple of those. It really seems like you're about to level up. Ooh. Reflection. Yeah, you need more time to think. I'll put that, no, never mind. I think this is what I was thinking. Yeah, you really need to look in the mirror. Also, there may be someone who's triggering you and that person is acting as a mirror more than you realize. So if there's someone in your life who bothers you and they have traits about them that you just find like bafflingly unacceptable or hurtful or just annoying, have you considered that they may have things in them that you secretly know that you have and don't like about yourself, and that's why they bother you, because they remind you about those things? Or even if you have done some healing and you're not as much like that anymore, just seeing someone who's struggling with the same behaviors that you once did or still do a little bit, that can be triggering, and that can like send you backwards, and then you can act in ways that you're trying to avoid. You really, like, yeah. Unfortunately, group 2, I'm definitely getting like you're gonna be triggered a lot more before this gets better. So developing a stronger connection to your body and like your spiritual body as well will really help you stay grounded throughout this experience. Music, oh, that looks so cute. Like, with reflection. Honestly, all these go together pretty well. There's definitely quite a variety of images in this deck. I actually have a review video for it if you are interested. I'll put links to that in the description. Curiosity. I do love curiosity, and that can be really helpful for when you are processing emotions or trauma or coming to terms with the way your actions have affected other people, or if you're dealing with people who really confuse and frustrate you and you're like, how could you possibly behave this way? Like, how does anyone come to be doing these things? Like, just straight up how? If someone in your life is that baffling, staying curious can be really helpful in these situations. I feel like we have these circles, obviously that these are inherently circles, but like circle, circle. So that's even this spiral here. Yeah, it's kind of interesting you got like the spider and this hurricane. So maybe it's almost like you turning inward, or it is an outside threat, but it's still sort of shaking you to your core and like bringing in this increase in knowledge and awareness and self-reflection. That's really interesting. And like, even this is like curled up. Yeah. This could be an embarrassing time in your life. It could be an alienating time. I definitely see a lot of turning inwards to do a lot of this work and this healing. Maybe shadow work and inner child work as well. I kind of lost my train of thought there, but like turning inward when you realize you need to grow can be a challenging process, but to start to get into advice, I don't know why I feel like called to like do a 5th card, but I did. Interesting. So you got difficulty, which is also kind of a spiral-like. Geez, it's so interesting. So yeah, this sounds challenging, group 2, but you're up to the challenge. I mean, you're curious enough to watch this video and have a random stranger on the internet, unless you're one of my friends, hi, have a random stranger on the internet tell you about yourself, but this is of course for confirmation. Anyway, this sounds difficult. You don't have to do it completely alone though, and you don't have to do it without more advice. So I feel like that's a perfect segue into the next part of this video, or excuse me, I feel like it's a good segue to the next part of this reading. You should know by now, I think, if this is your group or not, if you're dealing with this situation or not. If this isn't resonating, please feel free to check out a different group in this video to see if there is a message for you. There may just not be a message for you. Perhaps you don't need a call out of any kind, I'm not sure. But thank you for being curious and being here regardless. Everyone who would like to continue on, I'm gonna move into tarot now. Hey group 2, time for your tarot cards. I'm just gonna see what comes out. I'm also gonna be using 2 tarot decks for this part, so that should be fun. This first one here is the Gentle Tarot by Mary in the Sky, and I love it so much. And it's gentle but fierce, so I thought it would be good for a call out video. Ooh, the moon. Honestly, that makes sense to me because there are things that you're not picking up on that like you really need to. The moon is about the subconscious and illusions, and yeah, just not seeing everything that needs to be seen. So it can be illumination as well. It can be going inwards, like this moon card is particularly reflective looking. Whoa. I guess that's it. 8 of Thunder, Queen of Wands, 5 of Thunder, King of Pentacles, and Page of Thunder. It's a lot of thunder. Thunder is Swords. This is looking pretty good. I had to reset the camera because the battery died. Ooh, I didn't even check what the bottom of the deck energy is. The Hermit. I don't know if it was reversed or not, because I might have moved it around, but I'll just put it like this. You can see it. And I do have a Hermit themed video recently on my channel as well, if you're interested in that. That was also a pick a card, and I'll have that in the description as well. But anyway, so you definitely have a lot of Swords energy. Thunder is Swords in this particular deck, and if you don't know, Swords are associated with air and thought a lot of the time. So I mean, that checks out if you're having mental health problems or just behavioral problems in general. I think 8 of Swords is a really good card to describe how you've been feeling potentially. It's all about, and like with the moon, that's so powerful. It even has a moon in it because it's about like self-imprisonment, like self-victimization. I don't like saying that word, but it is denying yourself your own power in a situation that is so hurtful and so overwhelming to you. And this is why like this whole group section feels like just one big trauma response almost. You're overwhelmed, but it can be managed. I think wallowing in your pain and not focusing on what your strengths are and what good things you do have in your life makes it harder to get out of the state of hurting. And I can say this because I've been there, okay? Like, I'm not trying to be annoying. This is a call out video, so you signed up for this, okay? I'm just saying this is the message that's coming through. Indeed, I just read up on this, and the character is translucent in this, and it's all about how, you know, our physical forms are just an illusion, and there's so much more than that. There's so much more expansiveness than that. And this deck talks a lot about how the nighttime and darkness and uncertainty can be so much more beautiful and powerful than people give it credit for. It's honestly like a very radical thing. I don't know, I love this deck. Could not recommend it more. But you don't have to know everything to be spiritually happy, you know? I was gonna say whole and like, or infinite, but there is always work you can do, or improvements that can be made, or things you can be grateful for. There is more available to you than you might realize if you're like stuck in trauma brain and catastrophizing and focusing on what's bad. You can forget the things that are always there, that are always going to be beautiful, even if they're little things like plants, the moon, the stars, the clouds. Those things will always be there, like no matter where you're at, unless you're trapped indoors, and that's really rough. And I mean, a lot of us have been in a sense in recent times, so there's that. But you're more expansive than you give yourself credit for. This is who you are at your core, and like who you could be if there weren't these other things in the way. But also when I say that, I still mean that like you are this person now. You are this fiery source of creativity who doesn't worry about what other people think and just lives life to the fullest. That's what like the Queen of Wands is like to me. Someone who's so, yes, like uninhibited by the judgment of others, that they can just be a complete channel and just create without distractions. It's so beautiful. And I think that could be you. Like, yeah, this is sort of speaking to how much is getting lost due to the amount of time you spend stressing on like social interactions, or worrying about if everyone hates you, or obsessing over like one person who really bothers you, or you feel like you have unfinished business with them. This is the advice section, and the advice there is, have you lost touch with any of your creative passions? Are there things you could get back in touch with? Because that might be a much healthier release of your energy, and it also might help you learn something about your subconscious or how to better express yourself. 5 of Swords reversed. I was not surprised to see that either. I don't know how much you can hear in the background. I don't think it's enough to get copyrighted, but it's 10 straight hours of rainy village soundtracks from Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. If you know, you know. And there's been rain in both groups so far, because we have this here too. But it's very relaxing. Anyway, yes, 5 of Swords. It's usually talking about a threat or a conflict that is so overwhelming that you can't win and you need to surrender. And you might have a more active fight response than some people. I think you also do freeze or even fawn. That's the fourth F that people like forget about for some reason. Or, I mean, no, they just haven't like learned about it. But freezing, I do think you do that as well. But I think you are tempted to fight with people sometimes based on the previous cards as well. And this is sort of a reminder that, especially if some of this like social tension that I've been feeling is happening on like social media, this is your warning, like this is your wake-up call to like get off of social media or really reduce the amount that you use it. Maybe I'm just projecting at this point, but no, like you clearly have work that you need to do on yourself and like alone, or at least just in a less stimulating environment. And it seems like with just so much unpredictability and there's so much triggered energy here, I do worry for you, group 2, that you might end up saying something online that people really don't like, or just as simple as like you might spend too much time on there just arguing with people. Well, it's not me giving the advice, okay? It's spirit. It's spirit, it's what's coming through, but I just like agree that it can be good to eliminate or cut down on that habit because it might be taking from you a lot more than you or the world are benefiting from it. So, and it's just talking about the beauty of surrendering. So if you feel like completely overwhelmed by your situation, by your mental health problems, by your trauma, this is an invitation to give in, but like not give up. Like let it come forth. Just stop resisting and fighting as much. But that still includes doing a lot of work actively and proactively. So yes, we definitely need to explain and talk about that more. Definitely not just like giving up on all of your responsibilities or anything like that, but I think you could use a less stimulating environment. Maybe this means pulling back from some social obligations or some organizations you're a part of. Like maybe you have overextended yourself. That is also like burnout is also maybe a vibe here. I think this is an invitation to check which direction you're going in with respect to how you show up. Once again, like, are you healthy? Are you balanced? Because the more you keep pushing when you know you're not okay, the more likely you are to blunder in some way, whether it's like a really public way or just interpersonally with one person who you care about, could end up hurting them. But I love that we have the King of Pentacles here. So sturdy. This seems to be just an invitation to ground yourself more. Like to me, this is like, this right here, this is like get offline, get into nature, take some time, maybe bring like one friend, someone. Definitely like, this is a lot of solitary energy, a lot of deep personal work, but like I was saying before, yeah, like this doesn't have to be alone. Everyone needs someone along for the ride with them. So I do hope you have some friend, family, partner who is there for you. And if you don't, or don't feel like you can fully open up to them, or feel like you can't spread everything around enough, I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna recommend a therapist because they are like paid people for you to vent to, and they give much better advice than the average person. So I think this of all the cards might be like the ultimate advice on like how to turn things around. It's unplugging, it's just settling in. It's being able to see this vision of a healthier you and working through anyway. because something that's common and something that keeps so many people stuck, I think, is starting to try to do better for yourself, and then there's like some kind of setback, and then it's like so devastating and overwhelming that like even though you were like finally like really trying to do better for yourself, life just like punished you right after that. Like that sucks. And yeah, it's being able to see like even far past that, to be like, well, that was absolutely horrible, and I can still believe that things can be better. And so, and like maybe you have kids, or you're a mentor to people, or just anyone in your life who you care about, who you know that you're not showing up for enough due to the problems that you're having. Like, do it for them, honestly. Like, and oh my gosh, yeah, like if you can't do it for yourself, that can be helpful, right? Like if you don't have enough self-love, just focusing on your love for others. I can't deny, I can't help. So this card always reminds me of my dog, because I have a Samoyed and she looks a lot like that. Ugh, I love her. And personally for me, I'm like opening up a lot more in this video. It's funny, but it's okay. For me, a big part of some of my recovery, which of course is like a lifelong process, but have made a lot of growth, and a huge part of that for me was getting a dog, because I had to be responsible for someone, and so I had to be responsible for myself so that I could take care of her. And I'm definitely not recommending getting a pet if like you're in an absolute crisis right now. Like that probably isn't the best idea, but if the idea of taking care of an animal is like a healthy amount of challenge, and that's for you to determine, but if it seems like something you can manage and that's something that you want, if you love animals, I would definitely recommend that. But that is a big undertaking. That's a big one. It is interesting that we have like 3 foxes here. And they're kind of sneaky and adept and like not afraid to change, especially ones that like change their coat colors completely. That's pretty cool. So maybe you're channeling fox energy, I'm not sure, but I kind of see the Page of Swords as where you are at now, especially because it's reversed. Kind of tongue-tied, not expressing yourself very well. I think if you're here right now, like you have an idea that you probably can and should make some changes in your life, but you don't necessarily like know what you're doing or how to make a lasting impact, or maybe you haven't even fully grasped the scale of some of the damage you've been doing. And I kind of ended up focusing on like you having a problem internally, but that isn't to discount the people who like feel like this is happening outside of them. And it can be a combination as well, like 100%. If it is mostly someone else, then I guess the advice is more to like not be like this. I mean, I guess either way then it's not to be like this, but not that the Page of Swords is bad, but I just think in this particular instance, the lack of experience you have is showing. To people who have done trauma recovery work or just have more experience with certain things, is like very obvious through the way that you show up in the world, and that's okay. Like there are people who are fine with that, and there are so many ways you can be like that and not cause damage. I mean, just everyone's different, you know, with what they can accept and enjoy in people. So definitely this is not to shame you, group 2, if it is you who needs to do most of the growing. I think you absolutely need to grow in community with others, and it's not something to do completely alone. So like this might have been reversed, honestly, and I think just the final advice with the Hermit would be to really check in and balance how much alone time and solitude you're practicing. And like, are you hitting the right balance of getting support from people and truly taking time to do like very uncomfortable work by yourself? Let's bring out Steven Universe cards. So I don't know if you're a Steven Universe fan. This is the Future Vision Gem Tarot. And yes, if you haven't seen Steven Universe, the cartoon show, it talks a lot about trauma and like, yeah, like pretty much everyone on that show has PTSD. Page of Cups reversed. Yeah, everyone has a lot of feelings. That's so funny. Wait, what is... There just is a moon under the moon. Yeah. So I really do sense like a lot going on under the surface that like you're not necessarily aware of, but is gonna cause issues. King of Cups reversed. So like you so have the potential to get this more under control. And again, if it is more of an outside influence, I bet they make you feel really out of control. Bonus card? No, I'm gonna get exactly 6. If this is someone else, they probably do make you feel really out of control. Like you don't know how to ground yourself when they're talking to you. And yeah, you don't feel like the King of Cups in that moment. I could take these 3. The Magician reversed. Yeah, it could be someone else or it could be you. But like ultimately, I think when people are having like this level of emotional and behavioral problems, like it's almost inevitable that they end up being manipulative, which the Magician in reverse can be sometimes. And like not even on purpose, you know? King of Pentacles again, what? Oh my gosh. Your King of Pentacles reversed and Knight of Wands, that's so funny. So definitely grounding yourself is big. You have the Knight of Wands and Queen of Wands. So Knight of Swords is more like making gigantic social blunders, but Knight of Wands reverse can also be like, I don't know, you could attempt to be creative as an outlet and like, I don't know, in some way just end up getting hurting people by like sharing your work. Like either like people hate on it, which is terrible, or it's like offensive for some reason. I'm not sure, but I feel like a Knight in reverse just makes me go back to like that energy of like finally trying, like going out into the world and trying to be different, and then like just inevitably encountering difficulties like we saw on your cards, I suppose. And yeah, that really hurts. The Sun, oh my god. Excuse me. Well, gee. I did not expect to get like a literal happy ending. Like, oh my gosh, the last card just happens to be the most positive in the entire lot, and it's upright. That makes me very excited for you, group 2. What's your bottom of the deck energy? 6 of Wands. And that's like good public reception. Look at this. The outcome or the outlook is very bright. Like literally, future's so bright. We have to wear shades. I love that we have like sun and moon here too. And like actually the moon here. Having the sun and the 6 of Wands makes it seem like you absolutely will get through some of these problems, and your relationships will improve as a result. Your public standing could improve as a result. You could become a more cherished member of a community. If you're on the outside of a community and like trying to get in and you have too much social anxiety and like don't know how to do it, like you're gonna figure it out. Because the sun is also all about like self-confidence. Like this is the ultimate, this could be you. Like you use the King of Pentacles energy to get to this point, to like ground you enough that you can then channel this like fire energy and be the sun. Yeah, the sun is like very, I mean, that just, yeah. The sun is like who you can be if you heal. Not to like dangle that over your head, group 2, but if you have shame, you might not believe that you're capable of being this awesome, but like you are. And if it's someone else who's terrorizing you throughout all of this, like I'm sorry for even implying that it's you. Like there are definitely 2 camps here, but if it is, like this could even be like them getting exposed. Like if someone is straight up abusing you in your community and people haven't been listening or you've been too scared to speak up, like first of all, if you want to check out my last video on justice, it's like an awkward time to self-promote, but I was literally talking about cancel culture versus like disposability culture, or like anti-cancel culture versus anti-disposability culture. So this person could get banned or tossed out, or just like they can get exposed and then people will just like know about them and what they're doing, and there'll be more pressure for them to stop. But like this is you thriving. They look so happy. This is you thriving. This is like harmonious connections. I mean, yeah, it's like you walking into a room full of people, which like be safe. But be safe out there, friends. But it's like you walking into a room full of people and like everybody looks at you and like smiles. Like, okay, claps would be like really extra. It's like more a fantasy in your mind maybe, but everyone's happy to see you because you're an integral member of a community or group. Or this could even be like improving relationships with your family. I'm not sure, but the sun is just so positive and optimistic. So it's a good sign. I think if you, I'm getting that like earth energy is, it's funny, a different element was coming up like a lot for another group, but I feel like earth energy has been coming through as what you might need to channel to do some of this healing. Because again, even if it is an outside person, like they have done damage to you by being so harmful. That is very clear. Also so interesting that like we only got majors and court cards from this deck, except for the bottom of the deck energy. That's all a little big. So that really does like, yeah, I feel like I haven't gotten like this many court cards in a long time in a reading. So that definitely gives me like group energy. And yeah, maybe there are even like 3rd, 4th, 5th parties who are influences in this because of how they're responding to someone else's treatment of you. And in that case, like, I'm really sorry if there are people who are enabling bad behavior, who aren't standing up for you. Yeah, like that's just like horrible, group 2. But you are gonna be the sun. If you spend time in nature, if you see a therapist, if you just even take some time to just meditate every day or journal out what you're feeling, spend less time on social media, you might get, like, it's like baby steps too. You don't have to make this huge leap overnight or even in a short amount of time. Just baby steps to slowly gain more self-awareness. And I do also encourage you to think of the theme of reflection from the previous cards and what people who trigger you mean and how you might have things in common. Like, look at this moon here. It's like the reflection on the water is once again a theme, and yeah, just thinking about what light is bouncing off of. I don't know, other people can teach us so much about them and ourselves and the world, but I mean, I feel great about this group 2, honestly. Like, the Sun and the Six of Wands, you're set. You're gonna get what you want, even if it takes a while. It's worth it, I promise. So this is, this is headphone warning time. So if you are wearing headphones or have the volume up really high, this might be a bit loud. So this is your chance to disengage or turn it down or just skip the audio in this part. But I'm gonna pick some crystals for you and get some final advice based on that. Sorry, I started being loud, geez. Okay, this is it, it's happening. I'm gonna be loud now. Okay, I'm really mixing it up because I feel like I haven't been mixing it enough. All right. Ooh, okay, that's definitely different. Okay, so we have, yeah, this is definitely sodalite. So this really speaks to expressing yourself better. Yeah, sodalite is like having grace in these interactions, like whether it's online or in person, especially if someone is treating you poorly, like being able to calmly respond from a grounded and centered place. Sodalite can help with that. I think this is also sodalite actually. Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, my throat is getting, I mean, I just need to drink more water, but I do think you are struggling with communication. This is some agate from my childhood that may or may not be dyed, but it's also blue, so more throat chakra energy. It's pretty. We have more agate here. This, I can't confidently say. I have a couple ideas on what stone it is, so I mean, maybe this wasn't the best idea of a section, but what I can tell you is that agates actually surprisingly have a lot of air energy, especially when it's like striated like this. And it's interesting that we have like this triangle or this split almost. It almost shows like two ways with the V. Or it kind of just like shows the divisiveness with this split here. Or almost like a mirror as well. Be careful on how you're expressing yourself. This really isn't the best pile because I don't know 100% the identity of a lot of these. I'm sorry. But I think this is rhodochrosite, and this is more like heart energy here. And that also checks out because clearly you do have a lot of pain, and it sadly is affecting how you relate to other people, and that is so unfortunate. And yeah, if you can do some healing, it really, like, long-term vision again could feel so good to be able to show up in the world with more love, more authenticity. And it really is true, like, getting emotional. But if you love yourself, group 2, like, it helps other people like love themselves as well, because you're showing up just in such a beautiful energy state, interactions, and like people can feel that, and it makes them feel better, and then they go on to act better towards other people. And especially if you're in a community, like this is like, I mean, this whole deck is like characters. I don't have a lot of decks like that, but it really just feels like this big group. I realize it's interesting. And this here is either bloodstone or some funky ocean jasper. There's ocean jasper in Steven Universe. I mean, that's why I love Steven Universe. It's a show about like crystals who are people. They like project bodies from the crystals. If you did not know that and love crystals, you might enjoy that. But I think it's bloodstone, which another like big confidence and security type of stone. Like this energy is someone who stands up to bullies, and yeah, like seriously, I get like grounding like a freaking ox, like hooves in, braced, you know you can take anything and people can't tell you anything. So that might be energy to channel. This isn't necessarily like get these crystals or anything, it's just things to think about. The last one is fluorite. It's a really pretty rainbow fluorite tumble. I love it. It's a really random shape. And fluorite is also a major air stone. It helps with psychic connection. I mean, rainbow is like really cool and chaotic. Different colors mean different things, but it kind of just helps with a little bit of everything. I got kind of lost in thought looking at this, but I was trying to say, again, it can help with intentionality, with how you move through the world. Fluorite helps a lot with focus, and it can help you gain that self-awareness that we've been talking about, and like catch yourself in situations and be like, oh yeah, this is me doing this behavior or pattern right now, and like this is what I can do instead, you know? Sorry, these didn't necessarily focus that well, but that is what I've got. A lot of throat energy, a lot of heart, and also like sacral. So, and then rainbows, kind of just everything. I'm sorry if this was a hard one, group 2, and I'm sorry if you felt attacked because this was a bit intense, but I genuinely, like, I'm so serious right now. Like, I feel really good about where you're going because you're strong. You're a cool person. Like, no amount of trauma or illness or being beat down by others can take that away. Like, you're always gonna have this core, right? Like this burning creative core who's like a really awesome person, and maybe you're like a smoldering ember right now, but eventually you can be the sun. Like, you can just be so indisputably solid that like you can take anything that comes your way, and be open to it too. Like, that's the beauty of being grounded and self-confident and just showing up with love, is like, if anyone does come at you with anything, like valid criticisms or just outright ridiculous attacks, you're gonna be ready for whatever it is. This is the long-term goal. And all else I'll say is just like, don't go in complete hermit mode. Please check in with someone who loves you, and don't use the fact that you're trying, don't like hold that over people. Don't, like, if something happens, don't use that as like, don't weaponize that and be like, I'm trying. Like, I mean, that's like valid, but just be careful because it really is easy to be more manipulative than you want to be. But if you're worried that people are manipulating you, you will gain better discernment to be able to tell who is responsible for what in a situation, like what you need to claim, what they need to claim. Once you're more like the sun, you will be better at discerning those things. So don't worry too much about that. I just do throw that in there because like going on a mental health healing or like spiritual awakening journey can be painful and like more hurtful along the way as well. You don't need to make any snap decisions, you know, like this is going to take a while. That much is clear. So I wish you good luck. I hope this, wasn't too painful. I really do think your outlook is wonderful. I'm excited for you, honestly. If you're interested in any of the videos that I mentioned throughout this, please feel free to check them out. If you enjoyed this reading, I would love it if you liked and subscribed if you're interested in doing so. I would also love to hear about how this resonated in the comments if it did. And I would also love to hear about how this resonated in the comments. If you have anything you'd like to share with everyone. Yeah, that's about it. I guess that's what I've got. Take care, stay safe, and I hope to see you in a video soon. Bye. Hello, group 3. Welcome to your reading. I am so excited to see what your call out is going to be. I like the rose quartz that you chose. Obviously very heart-centered stone, heart chakra aligned. Yeah, I'm just curious to see if it ends up matching up to what comes out at all. But yes, I suppose this is your final warning that this is truly a call out and it's not necessarily going to be easy. I'm not going to try to make it scary or anything, but I will say the past 2 groups have been quite serious. So yeah, I trust that you're here because you're using discretion and you're just looking for confirmation, and you know, free will is always a thing. Blah blah. You know, honestly, I shouldn't assume people have heard things from other people's channels because they're new people to tarot YouTube all the time. So yeah, this is important to say. This won't necessarily be easy, but we're gonna get through it. So yeah, let's just get right into it. So I definitely want to call out each deck that I'll be using. This first one is the Phenomena Oracle deck by Jessica Bott. And it's all about different natural phenomena. Sorry if the music was loud, by the way, but yeah, let's see. What does group 3 need to get called out for? Let's find out, shall we? But yeah, this is a really dynamic deck. Okay, flood, overwhelming. Do you feel overwhelmed? Are you overwhelming other people? Earthquake. Oof, okay. This overwhelm is causing some kind of division, but let's get a third card to see. Fog. So we're still building out what's happening, obviously, but to start, I'm gonna say that something is overwhelming. So it could be to the level of traumatizing, because that is kind of what trauma is by definition, like something stressful that your body can't fully process at the time. Or it could feel like a flood, but not be that severe. But whatever it is, you're either driving distance between you and other people, or that person or that thing that is causing the stress is like really wreaking havoc in your life, and it might be isolating you, or they could be isolating themselves and you're worried about them, or yeah, something outside of both of you is getting in the way. But it seems to be causing a lot of confusion with this fog. Yeah, like it's like you're separated and lost. So definitely an uneasy feeling to start with. If this sounds like you so far, I'm sorry. But let's just keep moving because we're gonna need quite a few decks to get to the bottom of what's going on here. But yeah, interesting start. So the next deck I'm gonna be using is the Halloween Oracle. And I don't know, I just thought it would be perfect for this time of year. So let's see what comes out. It's also not afraid to get real. It's kind of like what it's about as a deck. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, did you get 3 cards? Another pile got 3 cards. Okay. Well, lucky you, group 3. I guess the 3 makes sense. Ghost, regret, joy, rejoicing in the present, and jack-o'-lantern. Yeah, look at this, like orange. Wow. Protection. Okay. This makes me wonder if indeed the threat is overstated in your own mind, and perhaps you're replaying mistakes that you made, and like, or mistakes you think you made, or even just embarrassing things that you think you've done that are like so cringe. Like, I feel like so many of us, you know, we're just like going about our lives and then our brain is like, hey, remember that thing you did like 10, 15 years ago, or just a few years ago, or really at any point in your entire life. It's just like, hello, remember this thing that happened? Yeah, cringe. So this, yeah, suddenly this is like all becoming very clear. Yeah. With ghost, regret, like things are haunting you. I think it's like your own actions, maybe someone else's, but I think you have regrets about ways you've behaved in the past, and you're ruminating on them too much. And that's like not a good look to be a ghost that's struggling like that. And that's rough, because ghosts are in a lot of distress, are like quite sad, you know? So if you are ruminating a lot, I'm sorry to hear that. I am getting on this side though, I mean, a much brighter outlook, which is encouraging. I think, I mean, obviously a very clear antidote to regret and rumination is being present, being mindful. Okay, so I just tried to look up what I wanted to talk about, and I could not find the exact quote and the poet to attribute it to, so I'll check in with my friend who told me about it originally, and I will put the exact quote and the author in the description of this video so that they can get credited, because it is such a good point, and I wish I could remember exactly, but I don't want to guess and be wrong. But to paraphrase, it's approximately, the cost of remembering the past is your present life. It's pretty scary to think about. I mean, there is like that Black Mirror episode about that, where people are like replaying the past in their head with like implants in their eyes. Oh my gosh, sorry, like that's not really spoilers. I don't know, it's so scary. But anyway, one thing to think about, this is like kind of distressing, but every second you spend ruminating on mistakes that you made that you can't take back, you're missing out on joy in the present, or just like being more present in the present. Like, even if you don't feel like anything's happy, like if you're on a walk outside and you're dissociating and feeling sad about this, or if you're with your friends or family or partner, or doing anything, even if it's not like a super joyous thing, like you know, it doesn't have to be like live, love, laugh vibes. Like, it can just be like a neutral moment, but you're still missing out on different details. Like, it really is astounding what your consciousness can like filter out. I honestly notice like new things in my neighborhood all the time. Personally, it really pays to be present and to look around. But this does seem like a call out. It really does. And I love that you got protection as well. Like, you are protected. You have guides and people who love you. And yeah, while I think you feel isolated, or like you need to isolate yourself because of these mistakes, like either you're like, I'm too cringe, or I don't want to hurt anyone anymore, I don't want anyone to hurt me, you can't do that. Nobody can completely isolate themselves and be truly healthy. Like, I don't know, I guess you can never say anything, but you heal in community. You cannot heal completely alone. I do believe that, and there should be someone accompanying you with that. So it would really be a shame, group 3, if you cut yourself off from people who love you and from experiencing joy just because you have these regrets. Yeah, I'm definitely getting it. It's like sad and heavy. It's like getting canceled, getting like, yeah, like breaking up with someone prematurely, not getting to speak to someone before they passed away. Like, I can tell it's like really heavy regrets. It's things that you think you can like never forgive yourself for or be redeemed for, but like that's not true. Let's move on to inner child cards because I think they'll be perfect for this and really help a lot. It's kind of like built-in advice. This isn't supposed to be the advice section. It's just supposed to be the figuring out the vibe section, but these are kind of like inherently filled with advice. So this is the Inner Child Oracle by Amanda Lynn Hales. Absolutely incredible deck. It's so beautiful, and like you don't even have to like tarot or oracle. Like you can just journal with it. You could literally look at these images and just like meditate and like try to astral project yourself to these places because they're so cool. So many ways to use it. But anyway, let's see what you have. Your first card. Yeah, this is like basic affirmations that I think you could use, honestly. Like, say these things until you believe it. Like, say it in them. I don't know. It's just like, you can think these things and I don't know, you can like want to believe these things about yourself and stuff like that. It's different to truly live it, to like show up in the world like knowing this inherently and actually demonstrating it in the way that you interact with other people and the decisions that you make for yourself. I think it's a lot harder to truly embody these, but let's say these because they're wonderful. So you got, I am safe, I am supported, I am worthy, I am unique, I am honest, I am true, I am abundant, I am present, I am strong, I am open, I am wise, I am cared for, I am good, I am accepted, I belong. Now is the time to practice affirmations. Know that you are, and speak the words that you need to hear over yourself now. You can really like, oh my goodness, if you look at a word for too long, it's like, what is language? Why do we spell things and say things like that? I don't even know. But it does really seem like this is taking a huge toll on your self-esteem. Group theory, like, yeah. So I know affirmations seem silly. I don't know. I just feel like I can personally relate to like wanting to think these things, or like thinking I don't need to like truly say it, or like not spending as much time on it as I like think I am or something. Like, you'd be surprised how far it could go to like read something like that to yourself, like every morning, you know, something like that. Incorporate it into your routine if you have one, or even just a few times a week. Like, chances are that's more often than whatever you're doing now. So I would really encourage that if you're struggling with your self-esteem. And like embarrassment and regret can, that's so funny. The first one that came out, go inward. And you also got, you are wanted. So let's read go inward. Take time today to meet with your inner child. Find a comfortable spot, close your eyes, and let your awareness go inward. Feel for the place within you that draws you in, and allow your inner child to come to you there. Let them be as they are, embracing them, listening to them, and providing them with unconditional love. And you are wanted. Goes like this. The fear of abandonment can be a driving force in our lives. If we felt unwanted as a child, we can continue these patterns into adulthood through compulsively seeking or rejecting the attention of others. Take time to journal about what abandonment and rejection mean to you. How can you show your inner child today that they are wanted? So I definitely think those connect with what I was talking about in terms of like embarrassment and regret making you feel like you're inherently unlovable, and that like you shouldn't be around people because you don't want to negatively influence them or for them to negatively influence you. And it's just not a way to live. It's so valid and understandable, but it's not sustainable. group 3. So you're definitely getting called out. I feel like this is a common theme, honestly. Like taking some time to yourself is essential for like getting to the bottom of this hurt and stuff. Doing inner child work could help a lot, but there's also a component of like needing the experience of being accepted by others. I do think that's important as a component of healing process. So I know like you might even be listening to me saying this and like you're thinking like, oh, they don't know what I did. Like if they knew, they would never forgive me, or like they would literally wish I wasn't even on their channel looking at their stuff or something like that. Or like, yeah, you don't think any of your loved ones, like if your regrets are something that's secret and people don't know about it, like you think that none of your loved ones would like ever accept you, like you would just be disowned. And like, I don't know what the situation is. Please always use discretion in terms of disclosing information to people. Only you know what is appropriate. But anyway, let's use the Threads of Fate Oracle deck. Love this one, very shiny. What we get? 3, that's what I needed. Nice, okay. Let's see. Ancestors. This card just like, I get happy every time I see it. So maybe your ancestors are here for this reading. Like honestly, I'm never gonna like claim like that. I mean, maybe if I improve, but personally I am not far along enough to be able to confidently say that like your guides or your ancestors are influencing this reading. But yeah, even if they're not here, like, I don't know, I need to gain more awareness of what I'm channeling personally. But even if they're not here, this could be an invitation to connect with them. You know, like if you don't feel like you can talk to anyone in your family in the present, you could try meeting others. And ancestors don't even have to be blood family. They could just be people who are important to you, who have passed on and are now guides for you. Yes, I think if you are feeling really overwhelmed with the 3D world and like you don't belong, a healthy amount of going inward and secluding yourself and trying to transcend spiritually, like could be great. I'm saying a healthy amount. I'm saying don't get carried away. But if you aren't spiritually attuned and are interested in expanding your own practice or just seeing what's out there for you, trying new things, new meditations, or astral projecting, working with crystals, doing spells, it could be an interesting avenue for you to explore. Like, especially ancestors can be very biased and also unhealed potentially, so you want to be careful with who you're trying to connect with. You can also just try to connect with your spiritual team because they don't really operate from a place of ego and are just more like pure love and reliable and such. So I see this as just like a general, and it goes really well with ascension. It's like go inward, do some meditating, and ascend. Anyway, I've just been like holding the last card, but it's trust, which I saw like as I was doubting my own spiritual awareness, which is funny. It's a really cool, like, I don't know, balance here. And that's the thing, it takes trust in other people to be yourself. So, I mean, I'm saying this like it's easy, it's not. But it could be so healing for you to experience someone accepting you and supporting you for whatever it is that's hurting. I'm gonna look up ascension. I definitely see this, especially because it's like the third one, I see this as more of like where you can get to. Like this is something to work towards, because it's kind of about like the culmination of the work that you are yet to do. And then it also just warns against spending too much time alone and like not focusing on the 3D, and you know, at a certain point it becomes like escapism, it even becomes bypassing. So trust yourself to be able to find a good balance. The trust is really beautiful. I think like sometimes you really just need to like have faith, like trust that you're inherently worthy, because you know everyone else is inherently worthy, so why would you not be? I almost like pulled 2 extra cards to like balance this out, but I'm not going to. We really got into advice early in this pile, but I suppose we can move on to the last oracle deck. This one is the Uncertain Oracle deck by Numinous Spirit Press. I'm looking at like trust and fog, and it's making me think of like 2 people with their backs to each other in a foggy forest, and like zombies are coming at them from all directions or something like that, and they have to fight them off. Like, it's important to have someone you can just like truly go to for at least most things. It doesn't have to be everything, but if you go through life like alone in that kind of scenario, yeah, it's gonna be really hard to connect with people, to be in the present, to feel joy. You're always going to wonder and just be in a state of like, oh, is this person going to abandon me immediately, or are they gonna hurt me immediately? Yeah, like, are they gonna hurt me now? Are they gonna hurt me later? Are they gonna hate me for who I am? Like, should I just run away before they do that? Probably, yeah. So that's why trust is so healing. Oh my gosh, nightmare, it jumped out, hello. Ghost and nightmare. I mean, that is like a nightmare scenario. Like, that is like really a scary place to be in, and it's like totally understandable, especially if like, yeah, you've hurt people and people have hurt you. What else does group 3 need to know, or what kind of call out do they need? Listen, okay, so like maybe your ancestors are trying to get in touch with you. Yeah, because that's kind of funny. But it could just be listen to yourself, listen to your higher self. There is a you in there that knows that you are worthy of love. It is going to be really, really difficult. Like, so difficult. It kind of goes with the fog. Yeah, I'm saying this like it's easy. It's not. It's so hard. Anyone can feel free to be annoyed with me throughout these readings. Like, I'm really not holding back, you know? So, yeah. If you're still here at this point, it's because you're up for the roast and you want to know what your advice is going to be. That's too many. I just want like one more. Okay. It's like going where protection is. That's so cute. Yeah, I mean, when you're in a scenario like that, like, I don't know how they survive in certain shows and universes like that, because I feel like if your nervous system was that stressed out for like years, like, I feel like I would just like burn out. Like, I would just like become a crisp person and I would not make it. So to get out of that nightmare, you can find a way to find home in yourself. If you feel like you can't find safety with other people, definitely getting a really strong message that like whatever's in line with your beliefs, but you are protected spiritually. Yeah, I guess some people would say like, oh, if I'm like protected and I have like a team that loves me and stuff, like why did bad things happen? And it's like, well, bad things are always gonna happen in someone's life, and sometimes they will send things your way to like get you to pay attention. Like, listen, hello, you are out of alignment, like things need to change, you need to connect with us. So I see home as both finding home within yourself and finding home with other people. Yeah, this side of things is like really, it's really nice over there. It's kind of like this journey of like really scary to ascending to like joy and stuff. super interesting. I'm looking forward to see like what the tarot advice for you is. I mean, I know I already gave some, but the tarot will go even more in depth. I hope this is a clear scenario, and yeah, I hope it's clear for you at this point if this is your group or not. If not, feel free to check out another one. There might not be a reading in this pile or in this video for you if you can't find any, but I have many other videos on my channel, shadow work, boundaries, things like that. Otherwise, if you are resonating with this in a major way, let's move forward into the tarot and get you some advice. All right, welcome back, group 3. Time for tarot. I mean, I guess it's been like 1 second for you, but it's been like a couple minutes for me. But anyway, let's see what tarot cards come out for you. So this is the Gentle Tarot. Oh my god. This is just like immediately. Maybe I'll just take that. I don't know. That just like feels so pertinent to this reading. Like your heart is broken, but also staying in that space is preventing breakthroughs, when it could be the King of Wands instead. But yes, I'm going to be using 2 different tarot decks for this part, which is exciting. This is the Gentle Tarot by Mary in the Sky. Ooh, you got 2 Kings, 4 of Stones, 4 of Pentacles reversed. Sorry, I'm just like, No, I'm just biased because I love that card. Oop. So we can get like one more. That's interesting. I wonder what your bottom of the deck energy is. 10 of Stones reversed. Interesting amount of earth energy coming through. And no majors. Honestly, I think I was kind of... Ooh, my ear just started ringing. Oh my gosh. What does it mean? So I have this thing where I have ear ringing that I'm convinced isn't tinnitus, but is like spiritually related, but like I also don't know what it means when it happens. But anyway, I think for this I was kind of expecting like some cups or some water energy, some emotions or major cards, but you got all of the other elements and no majors. So that definitely speaks to your challenges with your emotions. The 2 of Swords, I love it in this deck because it really brings in the water element that's always associated with that card. So while I know I just said you didn't have any water officially, this fits in so well with the flood card from before because yeah, it just brings me back to that overwhelm and that wanting to isolate, that guilt, that shame, that regret. It's like completely overwhelming. It could just like surround your brain all day long if you weren't careful. And again, you feel separated from other people. But, you know, we had go inward. You can spend an appropriate amount of time underwater, not forever, but it is fine, of course, to take time to yourself to grow and heal and ascend, but it's also not everything. This to me is like, this 3 of Swords is like sort of a twisted injury. It's like some major organ or artery like got stabbed and like didn't heal right, and it like you need to like go back and address it to build a better foundation. That's definitely what I'm getting. I'm just getting like scar tissue is coming to mind for whatever reason. But it's really cool that you got 2 kings back to back. I mean, maybe in a sense you've been so drowning in your emotions that you sort of need the more action-driven energy of both fire and air, wands and swords. It does definitely seem like you're very stuck in place. Like there isn't a lot of movement or action in most of the cards that we've seen throughout this reading. Like there's this very stuck feeling that I was picking up on. So these 2 players can like really move things along. So these could be energies that are helpful for you to channel. I'm getting like get blood moving through a section of your body again, like get your spiritual energy flowing, your chakras unblocked, all that good stuff. With the 4 of Stones, we have the security issues again that you've been having, where you just feel like you can't trust anyone and it makes you defensive. And yeah, I mean, it's literally like you holding like all of your earthly possessions and you're like, who is about to come at me? It's bringing me back to the fog scenario. And that is not a way to be. I think, you know, if you can establish more trust, like trust yourself to use your resources wisely, first of all. And then second of all, trust others to not steal from you or use you for your things. I mean, obviously that happens, so use discernment, but like that's what the 2 of Swords is all about. Weighing out decisions, like taking your time, but ultimately acting. That's why I love Swords, which like, yeah, you got 3 Pentacles, but you also got 3 Swords. So these are energies for you to channel. I'm not saying like be the King of Wands or the King of Swords, like overnight just step into that role and immediately start executing on things. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying these are energies you can channel to assist you in moving towards that direction. The Ace of Stones is just really, it's reminding me of the Ascension card. I almost want to bring it back. And it once again is on this side too. So I'm definitely getting that message of if you do some spiritual and emotional growth, then you will be rewarded. Like, yeah, like these 10 of Stones are just waiting for you. It's not quite there right now. It's in reverse. And look what's behind that, the World. The Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, it's like things are gonna turn around once you get through this test. It's like a big test too, but like the rewards you will reap from it are 10 of Pentacles level incredible, like just so much abundance. So you have forces helping you that want to lift you up. You know, you are not alone. You are not unworthy. You are worthy. You deserve the best in life. You deserve to be happy. Everyone does. Everyone deserves to be loved, to feel safe. I'm gonna try not to cry right now, but this is waiting for you. This is like the future. This is what's being, like you're being handed an opportunity right now. You know, this isn't like a maybe someday. Like this is like, today's the day. Any day can be the day that you go for it. And it's not going to be easy. It's going to be like baby steps and going backwards, going forwards again. But you can make the changes that you need and you can trust people more. And yeah, I do think the rose quartz ended up being pretty appropriate for this pile because you do have a lot of like blocked heart energy, I think, and could really benefit from both self-love and being able to love others more openly. But it's kind of a perfect segue to bring in the last deck, because I don't know, it's just, yeah, let me talk about it. So this is the Future Visions Gem Tarot. I have to check like every single time. Future Vision Gem Tarot. But what it really is a fan-made Steven Universe tarot deck. If you're not familiar with that show, it's actually a show about crystal people, like people who have crystals that they like project their bodies from, and pretty much everyone in that show really struggles with mental health issues and like PTSD and like making mistakes. Five of Pentacles reversed. So yeah, this is like, those are some of the most like sad and like destitute cards that you can have. 10 of Pentacles reversed again. Oh, 6 of Swords. That always makes me happy. I came out in another pile too. Oh my goodness. This like exposed itself, and then there's Knight of Swords as well. I don't know if I'm gonna take that, but that is really funny. Oh, this one really wanted to come out. 9 of Wands reversed. Yeah, like exactly. 9 of Wands is literally those people huddled in the forest surrounded by zombies energy. Like, I know you're tired and hurt and everything is so overwhelming and scary sometimes, but you can create a better future for yourself no matter what you've been through. At the very least, you can gain some of the tools that you need to respond to situations better, or even just have things have less of an effect on your body or your nervous system so that they're less taxing. Like, forget how you respond to it emotionally. Like, things go deeper than that. It's really hard to control that part, but it is possible to get stronger in that way. But yeah, people make some really serious mistakes on this show. Like, seriously catastrophic. Page of Pentacles. Honestly, I saw that already while I was shuffling this, and then like also before. With that, I mean, you could really benefit from moving through life more slowly. That's what I think of from the Page of the Knight. Oh, this is the bonus card. I almost forget about that sometimes in this deck. Honestly, I don't really know what to say about this one. I think I'm just gonna put it here because there's empty space there, and I don't even know. This is based on like the Happy Squirrel card, which is a bonus card in some more traditional tarot decks. I believe that's what it's called. I honestly don't know what it's about. Like, some bonus cards are more straightforward in terms of what they're about. Like, there's a bonus card in this deck that's very clear and profound. I don't know what this one means. But, I mean, this just shows, I think this is a show within the show, and people cry a lot, but they also are friends. They're together breakfast friends. So again, that just goes back to, you can't do this completely alone, no matter how much you want to. Whoops, this one out. Here we go. It's like lighting up my lavender fluorite. It's so cool. I think it's cool anyway. Let's get one more card. But yes, cry it out with some friends or a partner or anyone. But like, just don't do it alone, please. Can I please get one more card for group 3 for some advice? Well, that came out strong. The Emperor. Honestly, like I feel like that's like the meaning in your mind. Or if someone else shamed you, like especially growing up, or yeah, just even if you're older, like in conflict with someone. I feel like someone made you afraid of your own power because you don't want to hurt people, because you are a very sensitive and caring person. Group 3, like, I just know, okay? Like, I just do. Because it's so hard to live with regrets, and honestly, you wouldn't regret the things if you were as bad of a person as you think you are, or as other people have told you that you are. There we go. Like that's what needed to come out. Like that right there, that one. Yeah, the Emperor, I mean, it can be positive, but can also be very oppressive. It's kind of like the masculine energy of these two, just brought into an even more powerful card. So it's almost like breaking it down into more manageable parts, where like you might be completely withdrawing from life because you are afraid of being assertive or like executing on anything in any way, or you feel like you don't deserve to move forward and like accomplish things, so you're just like avoiding everything. But that's not a way to live, and you can be assertive and in your power, but also in your lane, and go through the world in the least harmful way possible, or always strive to, at least. And whoever like scared you like that has a lot of their own issues also, like probably their own things that they don't want to think about. Ah, shoot, dang it, I messed up the bottom of the deck. But oh my god, look what it is. What? King of Swords reversed. I'm sorry that I robbed you of whatever the actual bottom of the deck energy was, but now it's King of Swords reversed. Goodness. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling that part too, but you can't completely withdraw. I think an important card that we've like hardly talked about here is the Six of Swords, and that always talks about moving on from a really difficult situation. No matter how painful it is, like you can move forward. And especially if you can't talk to the person that you've had a conflict with, like if they've passed on, or even if you just can't talk to them. I don't know, there's just a chance that like at the end of the day, like they do truly want you to be happy. Like I think that's important to remember. Like just if there's someone who like won't talk to you, but they're not antagonizing you and not like talking bad about you to other people or anything like that, like that's just respect on that person, honestly. Like they set the boundaries they needed to set, and they're living a peaceful life that doesn't have you in it, and that's like devastating depending on how much you cared about that person or wanted to be with them. But like it is okay. You can forgive them and yourself, and you can move forward and like not be afraid to love people again. You can put the wands down. Like Nine of Wands is like, you know, back to the fog in the forest scenario. And yeah, I can tell you're really afraid of asserting yourself like ever now, because you don't want to go out of line or anything like that, but you can take it slow. Page of Pentacles is slow. I mean, all the pages are kind of clumsy because they're so immature, but it's a process. It is a process. Honestly, like if if you haven't seen Steven Universe, like do I recommend it to everyone? Pretty much, like yes, but also like specifically for you, it could be healing. It could be a healing experience, group 3. And yeah, I don't know how much you like cartoons, but it is on the internet for free, and I thought it's very findable. It's on Hulu if you have that. Anyway, not sponsor or anything, but I love this show, and people go through a lot on it, and it can potentially be profound for you. But I think the message has been very clear. Remember what I said about living a life separate? Living a life after losing someone in a way that doesn't sit right with you. Or like, again, if you had to do this to someone else, like, I feel like with any of these piles, I could have like channeled a call out that you like want to give to someone else instead. Like, that's very possible. So I'm almost like sorry to like all the groups if like I'm talking about like the actions of someone else as if you're doing it, because it is upsetting. But there is so much abundance waiting for you. Like, literally 10 of Pentacles reversed twice. You have an opportunity here. It's gonna be really, really hard. Like, that is clear. Not gonna sugarcoat that or anything. It's gonna be a lot of work, but you can do it, and it'll be so rewarding. And then you can go on and like help other people feel better about themselves too. I can tell that you care about other people, and like even if you're struggling with your self-esteem, like maybe the motivation of like being able to help people is powerful for you. I'm not sure. We're literally going from very sad to like just very promising over here. So signs are good. So yes, I think there isn't anything else left to say there. Like, this is so clear. It hurts, but that's that. Now I'm going to move on to the crystal section of this video. So I know that this can be loud for people wearing headphones or just like wanting to not make a lot of noise. I'll try to tune it down in post, but there should be a spike in volume during this part because I'm going to be rooting around in here. So this is your warning to make adjustments as needed while I do this. Oh goodness. But otherwise, I'm about to pull some crystals just as some final parting advice in terms of like energies you might need to channel. Interesting. Oh my. Wow. Okay, so some of these I'll already say are from my childhood and are unidentified, and I don't know for certain what they are. I feel like I figured out what I thought this one was, but now I don't know the name anymore. So this is like some kind of yeah, no, I straight up don't remember. This is gonna be a little bit of a struggle for this section because some of these are unidentified, but here we have some ocean jasper. This one is like easy to make out, and ocean jasper is a character in Steven Universe. If you remember, I said that they're crystals as characters, which is cool. It's really hard to get this to focus, but it's a cool one. I think it self-stands, does it? No, never mind. But ocean jasper is really powerful. It sort of like brings water and fire energy together because they're formed in volcanic areas. So to me, that sort of speaks to the transmuting of your pain, your emotional distress and dysregulation into a more healthy channel. Like, I don't know, the water and fire together are really powerful. This is a piece of dyed agate, so it's not really much to write home about, but it's striated. There are definitely layers and nuance to this. Agate is usually associated with air, so expressing yourself. It's blue. This is also maybe like dyed blue agate. I honestly don't know, but That's just more about throat chakra. This is black moonstone, so black moonstone can kind of help balance just a lot of different things in life. You may even be depriving yourself of physical intimacy due to your guilt and shame, or like anything else like that. You can definitely do like a lot of trauma healing with moonstone. Anyway, next is like dyed crackle quartz from my childhood, and it's purple. Ooh, pretty. Silly, of course, but it is pretty. And I do believe crackle quartz is good for like asserting yourself and setting boundaries and stuff. So it's purple. Use your intuition, maybe. You have to learn to trust that, trust yourself. I also feel like I determined what I thought that this one was, but now I'm not sure anymore. I forget. But here we have like honestly 3. Another piece of rose quartz, so like wow. We have 3 pink stones. We have rose quartz, strawberry quartz, which is all about friendship. So again, do this with a friend, like don't, or a partner, I suppose, but have a friend, like don't go through this process alone. And then yeah, this could be like really light lepidolite, but there's something else I thought that it was, I think. Let me know if you feel confident in the comments. That would help. But good for trauma recovery, and any pink stone is good for heart chakra, heart-centered work. This again, like, yeah, this really checks out for self-love and love for others. You can work on both of those. It seems to be important. So yeah, don't know what this green one is. And then the last one is howlite, which, haha, you have a wolf howling here. But howlite is wonderful for calming. I mean, it literally looks like when I would go to people's houses and they had like fancy kitchens with like marble or granite countertops. I just thought like that was like the peak of living, which is like not true. But I don't know, I just associate that marbly pattern with comfort and security. But it's also just beautiful, and also like it's just great for calming. It's like one of the #1 calming stones. So it's important to stay grounded and calm during this process. It's really easy to panic when you feel like the world hates you, but you have to learn to disengage from those thoughts and just try different behaviors, even if it feels ridiculous, like this isn't me, this feels phony, this isn't gonna work. Even just being open to trying different things. If you need something to keep you calm during unexpected parts of life, howlite can be really helpful. Yeah, all these are just reminders of what we've already talked about. So I don't know if that was fun or not. I think it would be better if I knew what every single crystal was, so I apologize. I need to like remember, and so I did spend a lot of time like trying to figure it out, and then I like forgot what I determined. But anyway, this was tough, but I hope it was helpful, group 3. I am so rooting for you. I hope you get all of the pentacles that you desire, and please just be easy with yourself. Like, you are worthy, don't forget, okay? I'd be mad if you forget that you are inherently worthy, no matter what. Like, this channel is a pro-abolition, pro-transformative justice channel, and maybe you've done things that people can't forgive, and they don't want to be associated with you anymore. if it is like that, if it is that serious. But that is okay. Like there are so many people on this earth. There's always going to be someone who is willing to love you, and there are always going to be opportunities to form healthier relationships and make better choices in the future, healthier choices. No one is disposable. Just to make my stance clear, if you haven't seen like any of my other videos or you don't know anything, that is how I feel. Nobody gets thrown away. Like yeah, that's where it's at. Don't forget that. If you don't know much about those topics, like please look into them from people who are not me. And yeah, because it actually could really help you. That's all I have for today. I hope this was helpful. Hope it wasn't too triggering. Wishing you the best. If you enjoyed this video, please feel free to like and subscribe if you're interested. I would also love to hear from you in the comments. If you have anything that you want to share with everyone, you could always come back and follow through. Like, let us all know what happened when you tried some of these pieces of advice, or yeah, feel free to check back in at any time. But otherwise, thank you so much for spending this time with me. Be well, stay safe, and I hope to see you in another video soon. Bye. Hello, group 4. Welcome to your call out reading. Should be an interesting one. I applaud your bravery in simply being here. Let's see what happens. I will say all three groups previously have been pretty heavy, but we end on a positive note. We bring it full circle. So let's just see what happens. As a recap, I will be, oh, that just slid right off. Should we go with it? Tsunami? I guess we're going with it. I am going to be using oracle cards to determine the call out that you need. And once we've confirmed that, then you can know you're watching the right reading. We'll go, wow. We'll go, I think it was like this. I don't know what we're like this. No, I guess it came out like that. I don't know. That all happened so fast. After we're done with oracle cards, once we've confirmed the vibe and you're aligned with it, we will go to tarot cards to get some advice on how to respond to this call out and improve this situation. And then to finish everything up, we'll do some crystal divination, which I'm really enjoying that part. I think it's fun. You'll see. I'm trying to sniff out a preliminary vibe. I mean, with tsunami, you know, it's something very overwhelming, clearly, like, and you might feel like it's swallowing you whole, even, like, so overwhelming, like, just way larger than life. Then the other two are more calm, so snow is probably the calmest, one of the calmest cards in this entire deck. And decompose is also very slow, so it's almost like fast and then pause, and then like this is like endings and new beginnings at the same time. It's repurposing something that has died and new life is shooting out from it. So it seems like you're recovering from something, but what's wrong with that? We need more cards to find out. That's what I'm immediately getting. Like, something happened in the near to mid-term past, and you've been like dealing with the aftermath of that, and it might be somewhat quiet, and now you're starting to move forward. But what do you need to be called out about? Let's find out. I don't know, that's my initial thought, but we'll see. I don't think I said, this was the Phenomena Oracle deck by Jessica Bott. Very cool. Very, very cool. Please illuminate what is wrong with group 4's process. So the next deck I'm using is the Halloween Oracle deck. I don't know, I just thought it would be fun for this time of year. And it's not afraid to be real. Cauldron, synergy and healing. Let's see if it comes out for the other one, and maybe we'll switch them since this one like almost wanted to go over there. That's kind of a decomposed vibe and like a healing after the event. Owl, wise scene, wise action. What call out do you need, group 4? Maybe you're not healing in the way that you think that you are. Like, you're like, I'm good, and people around you are like, no, you are not. You are not. Yeah, maybe this is like a phony, sorry. Look, we're being real in these, okay? Like, I'm not sugarcoating anything. Maybe it's a phony healing type of situation where like you really need to tell yourself that you're doing better and things are changing in a significant way, but like deep down they're not. Like things are not what they seem. Look at like the bottom side of this moon. It's like starting out light and then it's like halfway an eclipse on the other side of the moon. Like, yeah. Someone sees through your facade, or I think it's both at the same time, or you're not seeing, you're lacking self-awareness. I think it's both. Like, you're both lacking self-awareness and kind of blundering, and then like other people are noticing that, like people with more experience than you are noticing. Like, you think you're growing something, but really like the foundation is a decaying life form. This isn't to drag mushrooms. Mushrooms, fungi, wonderful. But maybe the foundation of what you are trying to build on is not sound and not a place you can move from and get very far. So okay, this is starting to come through like pretty strong. Damn. I'm sorry, group 4. I'm sorry that you have signed up for this roast, okay? What does group 4's inner child need? This is the Inner Child Oracle deck by Amanda Lynn Hales. It is so cool. Like, I rave about it in every single video that I do because I just think it's so awesome. And these cards kind of start the advice portion of the video early because they kind of inherently like are telling you ideas. Oh my goodness. Well, that one like came out face up, so we had A Time to Remember come out. Let me get another one before I read it. I'm having a lot of trouble like shuffling and like getting a card, which that might have just sort of, ooh, well, okay. All right. I was gonna say that might sort of speak to the amount that like you're struggling right now, but let's just see what we have. Celebrate life. Interesting. That one really jumped out. So we have A Time to Remember and Celebrate Life. Interesting. So I always read them because there's all this text here, so like, why not? A Time to Remember says, a photograph can be a powerful tool on your inner child journey. What we feel for our inner child can be addressed as we look at images of our younger self. Create space to look through the photographs of your childhood. Gaze at each image and practice sending love, acceptance, forgiveness, or whatever you need to the little you. Sweet. Celebrate Life says, Celebration is one of the best ways to experience life at its fullest. Cultivate an air of celebration this week through action and spirit. Create spaces that encourage play, laughter, and having fun. Invite others to join with you and take pleasure in their company. Savor the simple beauty that good food and good friends can bring. Nice. So these aren't particularly scathing, right? I think, you know, here's a prescription for like general inner child work that anyone could benefit from doing, honestly, if you have any photos. And then, you know what I'm getting to, like, maybe the people who see through your facade are like your friends, and maybe this isn't like super serious, like maybe they're just kind of like all laughing at you, like just like it's more of a light thing that people are poking fun at, like, oh, you think that you're over them, like that's what I was also thinking, like you're like literally above and moving on from a relationship maybe, but like you're so not, like don't BS us. And whatever image like you think you're putting out now, the people who have known you for a long time, or like before you went through whatever this was in the semi-recent past, are like seeing you in like an old photograph, like they're seeing like this version of you, and like you're trying to move on and be different, but they're like, you have not changed. We know. We know. So yeah, 2 moons, interesting. Cauldron, I feel like kind of fits into the celebrating life, like you could be healing and coming together with friends to better understand a situation, feel good about yourself. I mean, you don't need any reason to come together with friends, but something about the cauldron, like could be doing spells with your friends. I don't know what you get into. Maybe you're a coven, but that's funny. This pile's so cheeky. Like maybe this is lighter. This could be really sad though. Like, well, I mean, like, I guess let's just find out, right? Okay, so moving on to the Threads of Fate Oracle. This deck is so cool, very shiny. Let's get some more information on like what kind of tricks you're playing here, group 4. What are you not being honest about? Two? Okay. Okay, so these came out at the same time. I'm gonna take them. They kind of go together pretty well, I will say. Celebrate life and get wild, like, come on. And then you have owl, like this side's, yeah, like kind of wild. And then the outlaw is also very wild. They don't like being told what to do. So yeah, like this is you sort of like pushing back. You're like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, I know myself, you can't tell me anything. And yeah, it could be light like that. It also could be really serious. Like, honestly, like you could have rekindled a relationship with someone that is not positive, and people are like, oh no, not this again. And you're like, it's different this time. So like maybe the phony is like someone else. Someone else who has claimed that they've changed and you're believing them, and these are all the people who care about you are right here, like, absolutely not. No. No, stop lying to yourself. I don't know if I'm just like getting loopy because this is like the last group and I've been at this for so many hours, but this one just feels like such a call out. It feels, I don't know, it's like the others were more serious so far, but like this one is so pointed at the same time. I'm gonna get one more of these for group 4. What do they need to be called out for? Who is the phony? So that gave me a flashback to Holden Caulfield calling everyone phonies. What a character. If you haven't read J.D. Salinger, I don't think you're really missing out on anything, but the angst, if you know, you know. What else does group 4 need to be called out for? The Seeker got 2 character cards. Like, these cards are like kind of like this deck's version of majors. They have elements and then like more spirit cards. Anyway, oh yeah, I keep forgetting like what my plan for the structure here was supposed to be. Anyway, the Seeker. So like, I don't know, this is just giving me like, you are like really reaching for something. Okay, I actually checked out the book for this one and like, it resonates on so many different levels. So first off, I think it pairs pretty well with Get Wild because it's owning your truth and your ability to show up in this world the way that you want to and like just be functional. The Seeker is like really confident, and Getting Wild could help you like get to that spot, but also I feel like you're giving unbalanced Seeker energy and you're getting called out for that because it's like, it's then if you're always seeking and that's like out of control, like you're always moving on to the next thing too quickly. Like maybe you never finish projects, or again, like you think you can just like decide that a really serious situation is different and that's like enough to make it different, but like that's not true. You can't just like bypass tons of work that you need to do or anything like that. I'm sorry if this is like annoying that I'm finding this funny. I'm sorry. Okay, I will try to stop laughing as much. Ooh, it really makes me wonder, like, yeah, are certain guides of yours like here while I'm channeling this? Like, I feel like someone is gonna watch this who like really needs it. Like, all of them feel important. All of the groups so far feel important, but like this is just such a call out. It's also kind of giving me like, if you are stuck on a relationship that isn't good, like you're refusing to look at other options. So yeah, that doesn't have to just be a relationship. Pretty much any time you're thinking you're fooling people, the people who know you, you're fooling them into, yeah, this is a transformed thing. It's different now. It's gonna be better this time. And they're just like wishing you had more of this energy to go out in the world and like look at other options, like literally for anything, like work, romance, friendships, literally anything, the business you want to make, like anything. And the outlaw also just like, these really balance each other because the outlaw is super confident out in the world as well. And yeah, but that's also the energy that's driving you to push back against all of this and the people who are trying to get through to you. Like, it's just total rebellion. I'm going to use the Uncertain Oracle deck by Numinous Spirit Press to get some more messages. Let's see. This deck is cool because it doesn't come with any guidebook. You just make your own associations with the words and the images. You'll see. Ooh. And I have a video review of this deck if you are interested. That is on my channel. You can only put so many cards in a video, but it will be linked down below if you want to check that out. But let's see what we have. Fracture. Fractured. Already happened. Reach. Oh my gosh. Ooh, deeper. Let's get one more message. So I mean, yeah. This, like, I've been laughing, like this isn't a big deal, but listen up group 4 because, self-love came out. That's so nice. I don't know, this card makes me so happy. Like, imagine like ordering yourself like 1,000 roses or something. These look really cool together too. I kind of want a 5th one for your pile. Yeah, I did that for a different group. I don't know, I wanted one more. But, oh, release. All right. So yeah, maybe there is someone or something that has to go. Like, look at these hands, they're like casting it out. But it also could be just like releasing an idea, like the idea that you can force the reality you want on the world or other people, because that is not cool. Going back though to fractured, this could speak to the sort of tsunami tidal wave moment. Like, maybe it wasn't totally catastrophic, but it left damage. And whatever's happening is slowly doing more damage on your relationships. Like, whoever you're stressing out with this phony behavior, I mean, even if it is light and they're like poking fun at you at first, like it will take a toll if you're alienating the people who love you by like refusing to see reality. Like, that is really difficult when someone you really care about like won't listen to reason, or like won't communicate about something that's like important and is concerning that person about you or your relationship. So yeah, like this is serious. This is serious. Damage has already been done, and like the fractures can continue to expand. So I would really suggest like truly addressing the situation with reach. Again, reaching for the next thing and not fully dealing with things as they come. Like, I don't know, what came to mind here was like swinging on vines in the jungle for some reason, like, or just like ropes or anything. Like, you just keep going forward, like hoping that there's gonna be something there for you to connect with and hold on to. And yeah, eventually you just like lose momentum or run out of things to grab onto, you know? That mental image came through really strong. This deck is like so cool. I think every deck is so cool. Can you tell? Oop, this thing went out again. It does that every hour or so. I've been filming for so many hours. So you have to go deeper. You have to go deeper. You can't just like do this like shallow analysis, shallow healing process, shallow cover up that is not fooling anyone. Goodness, you have to go deeper. And like, yeah, going back to what I was saying about how you're not fooling anyone and like your actions are showing that you're missing certain experience, like the way that you're moving shows your lack of self-love. Like, you're showing that you don't respect yourself enough if it is like tolerating a bad relationship or having a horrible work situation and just like insisting to everyone that it's fine because you want to move your career forward and you don't want to make a fuss or anything. Like, in that case, like channel that outlaw energy, get wild, like shake things up, because you deserve so much better than that. I mean, if you can afford to, but just in general, like when someone isn't, and I mean, like I'm saying reality as if there's like one reality that we all share, and that's obviously not true. But you know, when someone is like not, let's say just not seeing your like refusing to listen to what your perspective is and like consider it and hold space for it, or rather like when you're doing that, it really shows insecurity to other people, because it means that you don't think that you can like face the truth, that you can like have difficult conversations with people you care about and stay regulated during them and like have them actually be productive and like get through the hard stuff. You're just trying to swing through life and like miss all of the, like, let's say like swamp filled with alligators below, and it's like, no, it would be better if you like learned how to navigate safely on the ground, and yeah, you're not setting yourself up for a good outcome. Also, like, I don't know, maybe wear boots. It's getting cold where I live, so if you've been considering buying some shoes or maybe even a knife, that could be a call to do that. Suit up, be ready, be prepared. So like that is really showing, your insecurity is showing you're like overcompensating by acting like you're confident, but true confidence doesn't really present like that. So with release the idea that, I don't know, I feel like especially for people with trauma, sometimes like staying put and having something just be steady and like truly safe feels incredibly unsafe because you're used to the chaos. You don't want to slow down. It feels super unnatural to do that. And I totally get that, group 4. However, this is your call out reading, and this is an opportunity to sort of release that idea, release deep-seated, ingrained core values that you have that might be toxic. You can transmute this and like create something better from it. You can do it with the people who love you. It's the synergy there, but it will keep alienating you and like causing fractures if you're not listening to people, especially people with more experience than you. Then you're just really coming off as very like juvenile. Like literally no matter what your age is, like that is just not a good look and says a lot about where you are, like not gonna lie. At the same time, even though you are moving so much, I feel like getting wild is intimidating to you. That's like coming through, like you might not realize how wild you already are. Yeah, it's like an interesting balance. I'm really sensing like you don't realize how scared of both like peace and being assertive and confident. It's funny, like slowing down and dealing with your problems and maybe standing up to people or just facing certain things. That might feel wild to you, but like meanwhile, in your attempt to not like overdo it or be like that, you're actually coming off as way more chaotic because you're not balanced and you're not in tune with what's really going on. You're in denial. And again, that'll just lead to more fractures with the people who care about you. So this is coming through really strongly. I think it's totally clear by now. This is either your group or it's not your group. If this isn't resonating, please feel free to check another pile. There might be messages for you in this reading. Otherwise, there might not be, and that's totally fine. If you want to check out another one of my videos, please check out the description and also just my channel if you're interested. Otherwise, if you're still with me, group 4, let's move into your tarot cards to get some advice on how to be more authentic. Let's bring it all together. You're not a phony. We're gonna figure this out, okay? So let's move into tarot now. Hello, group 4. Welcome to the tarot section of your reading. I'm gonna be using two different decks during this part. This first one is the Gentle Tarot by Mary in the Sky. Amazing deck. We're gonna get you some advice. How can you improve this situation? What do you need to do? Kind of feeling called to pick. I've been mostly just taking jumpers, but yeah, I've been feeling called to, let's just see. Let's see what comes out. 10 of Stones, 9 of Stones reversed, Stones of Pentacles, Page of Swords, 2 of Stones, 9 of Wands, and the Tower reversed. Hoo-hoo. So the bottom of the deck is the Hermit, and that happened for another group, which is really interesting. I don't know what to say about that. Also, the Unseen came out in another group, just in the regular cards, but that was like the bottom of the other pile. I think I'm just gonna like put each of them, honestly. So let's talk about your cards. So 10 of Pentacles upright and 9 of Pentacles reversed is really giving me this fantasy. Wow, that's almost like what this person is struggling here. Yeah, so this is like what you think is happening, and then this is what's actually happening, which like the original 9 of Pentacles is someone sort of like admiring their abundance and success in like there's like a secret garden almost. And yeah, I mean, this person here is also kind of frolicking. It's funny, there's a bird there as well. Oh my gosh, like you're that bird. Maybe. I think this is you, so like that could be you, even though it's not the same bird. But anyway, this person is really carefree. But in your case, this is reversed. So I don't know. It's like I feel like what I'm getting is it feels like you're creating a world in your head. Going off of everything from before, this person's eyes are closed also. Like it literally, it seems like you're dreaming, like you're reaching. This isn't what is really happening. It's like this one big like ego fantasy. And then I was kind of saying how you may be presenting as pretty immature, which like this Page of Swords reversed, every page is very juvenile, clumsy, immature. Like they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing and they want to. They're very eager to learn. So yeah, if anything, yeah, that makes sense. It's in reverse because like you're not being receptive to learning. You're not being receptive to hearing other people's opinions and ideas, and you're just like flying through your own fantasy. Oh my gosh, group 4, you are like really in for a reckoning. Like we haven't even reached this part yet. Like you need to wake up. Yeah. Wow, like you're really getting roasted. I'm sorry, but I'm also not sorry because ultimately this is for your own self-improvement. So moving on to the 2 of Pentacles, this is again giving me fantasy. It's all about balance, and it just makes me worried for you. Like there's just no way. And this is like bringing me back to like the vines thing I was talking about. Like there's no way that you're going to be able to like keep all the balls in the air or like always find the like thing you need to be connecting to. Like, you're gonna mess up because you're distracted, because you are living this fantasy, because you're not being honest with yourself and you're trying to force a reality that's not really there. Dang. I don't know, it's just like that's the thing, like you really think you're like seeing the light, like you think you understand what's happening, but like really, like this is all a lie, and like this is like everything important in your life that you do like concretely understand, and like I'm scared that you're gonna drop something important because you're so enamored with this falsehood. Oh, group 4. But 9 of Wands, I'm not really feeling like that's the energy you're in. I'm feeling like there is a threat lurking that is like very real and very possible in terms of like someone getting hurt. You know, 9 of Wands, the threat is kind of like biding its time. So it's almost like this pause. Yeah, it's just a bit slower where some of the wands are very action-packed, and it's just making me think of like the fractures. It's like now I'm getting so many visuals for this pile. It's interesting for this group. Like, you know how in movies like glass, usually glass that's like really important and needed structurally for whatever's happening in the movie, usually for like protection, glass gets like really cracked, and then like one tiny thing, could go for ice as well, but like one tiny thing like hits it and then just like everything shatters. Like that is the energy that I'm getting, and we haven't even gotten to the tower, but it's like any little thing could just touch down and then like there will be consequences. Like you have gotten by for a long time. Like I think you've already just been like really lucky that this hasn't happened. But like it will if you're not honest. And this is isolating you. This is what I was like, yeah, going back to what I was saying before. Like I feel like the people who love you feel like they can't reach you. Like you don't realize how much you're isolating yourself. I don't know, like this seems like your inner child. Like on the outside you're like frolicking, you're like, I've got this, I'm living, and on the inside this is what you look like, and like people can see that like comes out. You think that's like hidden. In fact, like you've probably mostly hidden that from yourself, so you don't even realize it's there, but like that is there. That is the core. That is like, yeah, you have like a crying inner child inside that like feels like it's surrounded by this huge void and nobody can touch it. So that is rough. With the tower reversed, yeah, I mean, I guess that's just more resisting something, like really resisting something. If you don't know, the tower is always a major change of some kind. It doesn't have to be terrible. It can be good. It's just a huge shakeup. And it's really interesting that it's in reverse. That usually means you're like resisting the thing and like you know it needs to happen and you're resisting it. But like this is like almost like a step further, because not only are you like, this can't happen right now, but you're like, everything that needed to happen already happened. What are you talking about? I don't see any storm. I'm over here in this headspace, like frolicking in a garden, and I can't see. Wasn't your first card tsunami? Like, yeah, like I know I said that was the past, but that could just still be like lurking. Yeah, like you thought that was over, but you did not deal with it. Like, okay, I even got fooled at the beginning. I was like, oh yeah, like you got through that. Whatever it is. And I mean, maybe you did, I'm not sure, but now I'm really starting to think like that is just not even true. Dang, group 4. You need to get real. I don't know what the thing is, but like you need to get real. yeah, like I really feel like someone is coming through. Like again, I don't really have the spiritual awareness to know like where this is coming from. I'm just channeling it, but like this one feels urgent. Yeah, all of the other ones felt like they were gonna take longer. And I mean, this is going to take a long time to undo, but it feels like consequences are closer than you realize. Like, I'm getting so many visuals for this pile. And the eyes, oh my God. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I was thinking of like in, you know, car mirrors where it says like objects maybe closer than they appear. So like, something could be a lot closer to happening than you think. Like it could be very, very close to breaking. There's so many fractures. Okay, now I see why I'm like having all of these like visions during this pile. Because like you're not seeing. You need to wake up, group 4. You need to wake up. Oh my gosh. I know this is like probably in part y'all being the last. I feel like the last pile is like always going to be like the most unhinged, probably. Spoilers for my channel. I mean, I don't know, but this feels serious. Let's bring in the other tarot deck before I like just never stop rambling. Okay, so this is the Future Vision Gem Tarot. The name like really isn't catchy for me. Maybe just because it is a fan-made Steven Universe tarot deck. So I just always think Steven Universe tarot deck, but I mean, I'm sure that's like a copyright issue, but it is so awesome. Oh my goodness. So I don't know if you're familiar with this show, but anyway, we're gonna augment the advice now. So I'm gonna start shuffling for that. Yeah, and I've been like really struggling with shuffling during this pile and like find like, I don't know, like I keep dropping the cards, which again, could be tired, but also, yeah, it's like just a lot of lack of clarity, but then also I'm like getting these like breakthrough visions as well. Oh, okay. 3 of Pentacles, 2 of Swords. Your loved ones want to work with you. They really want to help you. Oh, this is making me sad now. Like, oh my gosh, like I didn't even think of this, but like if you're struggling with addiction, group 4, and the people who love you are like really, no, I'm not gonna cry, I'm not gonna cry. The people who love you are scared for you. And they just wish you would make a decision. 2 of Swords is about like making hard choices. Even when you don't know like what the outcomes are going to be, like eventually you just have to go for it. Yeah, that came through really strongly as well. That can be really stressful, and that can create fractures when there's something like really serious and like someone won't deal with it. Like, and that's when people start to step back from their relationships with you, and then you have less support. I'm not trying to scare you, group 4. I'm just trying to be completely honest during this call out. 5 of Wands. That's conflict. Honestly, like that gives, that makes me think of everyone who loves you, like kind of wanting to like beat you over the head with a stick and be like, hello, like, please wake up, please. We need you to get real about whatever it is. If it's a bad relationship, like they might be really worried for you or for the other person. If it's a bad job and you're like constantly complaining about it, they're like, okay, like I get that it's bad, and you just leave it already. If you're neglecting something else about your health, and out of like pride and like denial, then yeah, your loved ones might really want to yeah, just get you to start moving on that. We had the Queen of Cups like kind of go opposite sides during that. So Queen of Cups energy is what you need. That is what you need. Someone who is in tune with their emotions, and because you need that to start like executing what needs to be done in the 3D. I also had these sort of flip while I was shuffling. Queen of Pentacles and the Moon reversed. Yeah, I don't know, like damn, should we keep these? Like this is like serious Moon reversed energy, I will say that. Okay, we could put them as like bonus cards. Yeah, because the other, okay. This deck is special. It got 2 bottom of the card energies, so you get 2 bonus cards to compensate for only 1 bottom of the deck card. I don't know. Let's see what comes out. But you know, the Moon in reverse, you are denying. That came out in another pile too. Like, that's why we need this call out. You're in denial about something. And you know, again, I applaud you for being open. All right, Page of Cups. You're just not as confident as you think you are or want to be. I'm sorry to break it to you, Group 4. And also like the people who really care about you can't do it all. Like, if you need professional help of some kind, like any kind, they want to help you, but they can only do so much. Like, they'll direct you to resources. Queen of Wands. They'll direct you to resources, but, you know, there's only so much they can do that, like, would be appropriate for them to do. So that's also coming to mind there. Like, they care a lot, but you ultimately have to be the one to decide to change. There's no amount of like them talking to you. Like at the end of the day, like you hold the key here. That's what like 2 of Swords is about. Kind of like you're gonna be okay no matter what decision you make. You just have to like make the decision. Knight of Pentacles, yeah. I like the Knight of Pentacles because they're like the slowest knight. Like it makes me think of a horse just like trotting along. Getting so many visuals. I don't know what's going on. But that is the energy that you need, not like frantically moving from distraction to distraction. You know what's so funny? That just made me remember with what I was saying about like going from vine to vine before, the write-up for this one, the write-up for the Root of Thunder, I mean, I don't have like the whole guidebook for this deck memorized, but I know this one, and it talks about how this bird can go for days without like any rest, any sustenance, like, and it knows its limits. So it goes on these like epic journeys, and there's like no guarantee that it'll find somewhere to rest, but they do it because they know themselves and their limits. But you're in reverse. You're in reverse, Group 4. I'm sorry, but I don't think you are an accurate judge of your abilities right now. Yeah, you're just like in the fantasy. Maybe you're like not even the bird at all. Like you're grounded as a person. Maybe the bird is your friends. See, Queen of Pentacles like wouldn't get into this mess. Like an upright queen knows what's up. She's not playing in the fantasy. Like, I mean, it depends. Like, obviously, like any court card is very fallible. So, okay, I won't say that, but I think the point there is like you are not this. This is what you need to be, but instead you're like, yeah, not doing the thing. Oh wow, 9 of Wands twice. Oh, I forgot, what am I even doing? See, I don't even know what's happening anymore. We already got the final card, but I guess you really needed extra ones for this. Nine of Wands twice. Yeah. And going all the way back to like you getting through a thing, it almost feels like you're like, I dealt with this and it was a lot, so I deserve to party now, or like I deserve to be happy. And you do, but you don't want to fill the void that was created from whatever that difficulty was with like more bad things, you know? Like, yeah, I don't know, like we have this like open mouth here, like you have to be careful with what you decide to feed upon, to fill up your cup with. You don't want, I mean, I love junk food, but like spiritually you don't want to be feasting on junk food or poison that isn't gonna help you. Let's see, oh, Four of Swords. Yeah. I do feel like, and I'm sorry if this made you anxious. I'm really sorry, Group 4. This was kind of intense. Absolutely. But if this did make you anxious, and just in general, like, Four of Swords is a great way to sort of end this off because it's like the rest card. So it's asking you to sort of chill out, stop moving so fast, be more like the Knight of Pentacles or the Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, you clearly need some rest. Like that might help. That might help you get clarity. You might be like so exhausted by like constantly running to keep up the fantasy that you're like wearing yourself into the ground. Now I'm getting people getting, you know what, I'm not even gonna say. I've shared enough visions in this one, but you could get carried away and like completely deplete everything you have, all to just keep up the fantasy. So some rest might help. That might be a good place to start. And then like get in touch with your loved ones. Like, I don't know, the concern was just like really coming through for me in this pile. Like, and you know, if you're still here, like, you know who you need to talk to. Like, I don't have to keep saying anything really, like, you know. I can't tell you who, but you know. You know exactly who, and they want to tell you things. They want to share their opinion with you. Three of Pentacles, like they want to help you move on. They want to help you heal from this situation. They want to help you find like a better path forward, but they can't, like it takes two to tango. You have to be ready. You have to be ready. They're right there waiting for you, but you have to be ready as well. It cannot be like a one-sided thing. Yep. That's that. I hope this was helpful. Please really do take it easy after this, Group 4. Like, yeah, I know this was a lot, and if it's truly resonating, then clearly you have a lot to think about. And I, again, applaud your courage for being here and just being open and being willing to self-reflect, even if you don't know what that is gonna mean, what that's gonna look like, what is going to happen. I can tell you that facing the tower moment, instead of just like turning your back to the waves or the lightning or the fire and like waiting for them to strike you, like facing the tower moment, things will go much better if you're prepared and like you're taking control of the situation. I mean, this tower is so much more powerful than most because the person is actually just vibing. Like they're like, I've got this. I can be calm in chaos. I can generate newness. I mean, there's literally like a rainbow during this huge storm. So this can be you. You can be calm, collected. You can be truly in control of this situation, not the false facade of control that you've been trying to project and convince the world of, because clearly it is not working. You need to wake up. I'll stop talking now. I think it's very clear. I hope this was helpful. But we're not done. We're not done, Group 4. because we have to do crystal divination. So this is your chance to unplug your headphones or turn your volume down because this is going to be a bit loud. But what's going to happen here is I'm going to shake these a little bit and randomly select some crystals that will be sort of parting advice to you based on their energies. So this is going to be loud. Please prepare yourself if you are wearing headphones or are sensitive to noise. And let's see what you get. Okay, we've been having a lot of repeats today. This is really cool. So you got some like garden phantom quartz. Let's see if I can get it to focus. Phantom quartz is really cool because it has some impurities suspended inside of it. And I mean, if I had to pick one stone to describe your situation, I would definitely pick this one. It's very moon reversed energy. There's just stuff that you need to examine. So yeah, this really hits home. We also have, see, this is like the issue with this is that I don't know what all of them are. I need to like confirm. I mean, if you know, please let me know. This is from my childhood, so I'm not sure, but it's either lepidolite or another one I'm forgetting. So I'm sorry, but this is very heart-centered. It's pink, it's very glittery. If it is lepidolite, it is definitely, it just has a lot to do with like emotional healing and staying calm through that process, like bearing those waves of emotions. So like that makes sense. And if this is a work thing, if it is like a terrible job or something like that, or someone who's like blackmailing you or something, I don't even know. Yeah, if someone's like holding something over you at work, that's kind of messed up. Or if someone's threatening you at work, that's kind of messed up. I mean, it's super messed up. But Amazonite, which is what this cube is very much about manifesting success in your career. And yeah, being abundant in that way. So if you're struggling at work, or maybe you're struggling at work because whatever else it is an outside of work thing, but it's distracting you, in which case like that could be some of the serious repercussions that are on the horizon. But Amazonite can be really powerful if you are struggling in that area. This here I believe is rhodochrosite, but I'm not sure. But more heart-centered and lower chakras, energy, being more confident, having more self-love. Sodalite also is expression. This is, I'm feeling like this can also be representative of like all the people who want to talk to you, who feel like you're not listening. And yeah, I mean, friendship was coming through so strong in this pile, and you do have strawberry quartz, which is like all about friendship and like that kind of love. Like maybe your friends are your chosen family or something like that, but their concern was really coming through. So that makes sense. And we also have, so I think this is moss agate. You might not know this if you know a little bit about moss agate, but there are some rare versions of it that like have red. Otherwise it's bloodstone or some other random agate. So helpful, right? But no, I feel like having moss agate with the red in it, so it's like almost like a combo, like bloodstone moss agate, is so powerful. I don't have anything like that. It's really cool. I mean, moss agate it kind of speaks to all of this like earth energy. It's very much about connecting with nature and grounding in that way. And I mean, that can help you get more in touch with your emotions for sure. So that is something to consider. I think going into nature is just always a good recommendation, but the red part, I don't know, it's super interesting. It almost makes me think like it's like showing the power and the connection and like what it can do for you. That's interesting. Howlite also keeps you calm like lepidolite does. And yeah, it's a very, very good stone for calming. It looks like marble, like really solid supports, yeah. So maybe it's like, you're lucky you have a good support system. If you don't, I'm sorry, like that's also very common. But if you do have a good support system and you're not using it, that's just like disrespectful to them and like people who don't have the same resources. I don't know, that's like not true, but your friends really care about you, or like whoever it is in your life really cares about you and they want to help you, so please open up. Anyway, the final stone is good old tiger's eye, which is super about confidence and abundance, all of that sort of solar plexus. Ooh, it's so pretty. It's like shiny, it has this random shape and like all these different colors. Yeah. So tiger's eye, definitely, I mean, there's all that get wild and stuff. Like there's like these eyes watching you, like whatever the threat is. So this also could just be like staying vigilant as well, which is easier to do when you're calm. You can be like truly confident, not overcompensating confident. So I guess remember that as well. But yeah, it's ultimately up to you to take control of your own life. So those were crystals. I should just take out the ones I'm not 100% sure on what they are. That might help, but I still think that was super fun. Let me know in the comments if you thought it was good and if I should do it more. But otherwise, I would also just love to hear your feedback in general on this reading. Did it resonate? Are you mad? It's okay, like good or bad. I'm curious, and I think other people would be curious too if you want to share about your experience, or like try some of these things and then like come back and let us all know. But if you enjoyed this, if it resonated and you're interested, please feel free to like this video and subscribe to my channel. I'm gonna have all the relevant links for my other videos and all the different decks I used in this reading, etc., in the description. So if you're looking for more information, please check that out there. And other than that, this is what I have for you, group 4. I'm really wishing you the best of luck with everything. I think you've got this. Just have to like surrender to the unseen, the unknown, the uncertainty. But like living authentically is worth it, you know? So on that note, thank you so much for being here. It's very brave of you. I really appreciate you spending this time with me. Please take care, stay safe, and I hope to see you in another video soon. Bye.